It's Thursday night, and that means it is time for Thursday Night Live here in Nicaragua. I'm Scott Allen Miller, and welcome to the live show. It'll be a little bit before people are on, so we're letting everybody know. We're sending out the messages. We are telling the fans. We are setting up Nika Laura. We are going to be on Nika Graham. I don't know what our topic is going to be tonight. Probably poisoning your dogs with rat poison. That's going to come up quite a bit. And what a week it has been, and I'm going to be heading to the United States here pretty soon in just 10 days. Oh my gosh, wow, that's sooner than I was thinking. And we are live. We are on. We are doing the thing that we do on Thursday nights. And I'm just waiting for you guys. We already got some people on. Like, this is awesome. People are on already. I'm kind of tired, so I laid down while I was waiting for the show to start, and I fell asleep with the dogs. So I was planning on starting at least 20 minutes ago, and I woke and I'm like, you know what? I'm feeling pretty tired. I'm just stayed on the floor with the dogs for a little while, but I did not get to sleep with my little Boston Terrier last night because he was sadly in the veterinary office all night because he was poisoned with rat poison, and he had to stay at the vets until they knew he was better, till he could come out and monitor. But we're just cracking open a little ASMR there. Cracking open a Florida Kenya Premium Seltzer Tropical Berry. Let's get it on there. One of these days, someone's going to watch the show and be like, we really should sponsor this show. He's got some product placement opportunities that don't really work. We got to get him a new camera first, but once we do, we can get him some stuff. I don't know if you can see that. You probably can't see that. Doesn't really matter. Nobody's on anyway, but later when you're watching it recording, you'll care. Anyway, how are you guys? It's showing me like no one's on one screen, but I know on another that people are on. Or they all left. Everybody left? Is that what happened? The show's just lame this week. Can you hear me? It looks like you can hear me. I have no way to really know. The audio, I wish there was a better monitor for after the fact. Ooh, I'm going to see if the Florida Kenya ever came into focus. It appears not to have. Hey. Oh, there we go. It did make it at the last second. Cool. 2 people on. We're getting there. We are getting there. I gotta send a link to the show over to my daughters because my daughter made the thumbnail for tonight. That is just in case no one catches it, that is a monkey in the position of John Travolta in the famous 1970s classic Saturday Night Fever, which actually I watched last week, and last night watched Staying Alive, which I have not seen in forever. I honestly can't remember seeing Staying Alive. I know I have, but it's been so long that I really did not remember it at all. Saturday Night Fever I remembered because I've seen it multiple times and more recently. But it is a good one. Let's see. Getting the word out to all the people. Telling all the peoples. Hop on the live stream. Ooh, imagine there was an audience. All right. You guys are very quiet. Oh, nope. Yeah, no one has popped up and even said hello yet. It's a little bit much how quiet you guys are. It's So I've been looking for the movie Diablo Rojo PTY for years and finally managed. My dad is here, first one. I think this is the first time that my dad is the first commenter. Hey, Dad. Yes, Clive is home, and he is passed out on the bed right in front of me where I fell asleep on the floor while waiting to start the show. So I took a little bit of time and was like, I need a little bit of a nap before the show gets started. And I laid down and I was out pretty quickly. I was out in the heat some today, and it's not hot, but boy is it humid. It got me pretty quickly. And Roger's here. Hey Roger, how's it going? I probably 2 hours out in the heat, and that was about all I could do. And I was just done. It was just, you're sweating constantly from the humidity. There's nothing lets up on the heat. And so it was it was rough. I have so many places I have to share the link as the show starts because we get people from all over. We got 11 people on now. That's not too bad. They're not very talkative people, as you may have noticed. La Marcelita is going to be joining me later, I'm told, but she's been busy working on the beach in the heat all day, so I'm sure she's going to want a little bit of time to recharge, and she's definitely not going to come in and lay on the floor with the dogs like I do. Because one, it's a really hard floor. Not many people are going to do that. And two, they got sprayed by a skunk not that long ago, and I put up with it and have not had a chance to really scrub them. Mia, I've gotten mostly clean, but she has a spot that we weren't able to get, and you're still like, oh. But the rest of her is fine. Like, you can rub your face in her fur, and you don't really notice. But Clive, because he was supposed to get his bath last night and then was in the hospital all night, did not get his. Come here, baby. For some reason, this dog, the big one, is very nervous. Now, she was nervous earlier because the little dog wasn't here, of course. But now that he's home, she's suddenly nervous. So I think that means there's a storm rolling in. Because normally, when she's only nervous like this, if there's something obvious going on outside, like guests are out there, or she hears a distant thunderstorm. So that is my guess, that she hears a storm that we do not, and she's worried that it's coming because she does not like rain, and she certainly does not like thunder, which is very sad because there's a lot of storms here, and if she would just chill, nothing ever affects her. I don't know why she's so scared by them, because she's a big, brave dog when it comes to actual scary things. Mary says, glad your pups are okay. Thank you very much. We did make the exterminators come out today and go through everywhere that they may have put poison, and it was definitely a rough day for them. The supervisor was here yelling at people, and they know that they put 15 down and only 14 were found, which explains. So they know exactly where he found it. We thought they were in the bodega outside. That was not true. They put them all through the house. So super not happy about that. They were behind a refrigerator, behind our freezer. I know they're behind our washing machine. That's outside. But in places where dogs will go, like our dogs that sneak in, cats. Like, we don't want random animals getting rat poison. We don't even want rats getting rat poison. So, yeah. So they had to pick them up and take them all away. That was the first thing. And, yeah, that's been rough. So he spent the night with the vet. The vet told us, so this is super important. Rat poison, at least the type that they use here, first of all, the antidote is vitamin K, so you have to have a syringe of vitamin K and really give it to them. Oh, that was thunder. Okay, the dog is definitely hearing a storm. You guys may even have heard that because of the pod mic. Oh, I do want to test something. Let me know. I'm going to do this for just a second. Right now, I'm going to say, can you hear me? Obviously, you can because you guys are responding. I'm going to turn it down. You're going to see me say it again. I want to know if you hear that. So be ready to respond because I'm testing something. And can you hear me? And it's back. So I don't know if you can hear. I've got an extra mic picking up my voice, and I'm trying to eliminate it, but I can't figure out where it is. If you have this type, which is, so here it's a cake and it's pink. To me, it actually looks like soap or a plastic chew toy, which is why the dog chewed it up. Now, they say it kills a rat in 1 to 7 days. And you don't see symptoms normally for a while. So this is important. It will kill your dog in 3 to 4 hours. So we found, so it took 2 to 2.5 hours minimum between, and we are so lucky because Ida, my housekeeper, was cleaning the floor, saw the remains of the rat poison. I was outside recording. I had stepped over the rat poison thinking nothing of it. It looked like any piece of plastic that the dog had chewed up. Like, it didn't seem like anything to me. And she immediately knew what it was, knew where another one was, came screaming to me, ran into the back, found another one, came out with a plastic bag, showed me, and is like, this is rat poison, right? Venimo. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's rat poison. And we come running out. And luckily, and I sent text to the vet and I sent text to my wife because only she knows how to contact the exterminator because I don't know what we have. And so before we could do anything, I'm like calling my vet. She pulls in and I'm yelling, call the exterminator now. We have to know what happened. And let me tell you, her screaming at the exterminator, I'm pretty sure the conversation was like, you better hope my dog's okay or I'm feeding you rat poison. And I mean, there was screaming on the phone, like actual screaming. Marcela came from, she was napping in the gymnasium, came running out. She's like, what's going on? Everybody's like freaking out. And they had like the car running, grabbed him, scooped up the rat poison and ran for the car. and headed to the vet. Jillian, who runs the stray animal clinic on the beach, Friends of the Animals in Spanish, had a secondary clinic waiting open for us in case our clinic couldn't take us. They were standing by and ready for whatever, knew what was going on. Like, this was a huge thing. And we got him there, and he was acting normal in the house. So all this is happening. Like, we just saw the remains of the poison, and we're like, he must have ingested it, right? And by the time they got him to the clinic, he was vomiting. At that point, you're into the shutdown, right? You vomit, they stagger, they bleed, they drop, right? That's the progression, and the whole thing happens in a course of under 4 hours, and we were above 2 hours, right? Possibly way above 2 hours. So we caught him in the very tiny possible window to save the dog, and you know, we had to have a car. If we had to call a taxi, he'd have been dead. Right, we could not have gotten a taxi fast enough because we don't live downtown. We can't wave one down. We can try, but none will ever come by. If we were calling a taxi, it would have taken us 10, 15 minutes. He was in the clinic faster than we could have gotten a taxi to respond to us, most likely. You know, Paul was ready and just drove through town, right? And we knew exactly where to go. And I reached the clinic on phone while they were in the car, and I'm like, here's what's going on, here's what he has, here's a photo of it. You know, they know the dog, they know the poison, they know what's happened, they're ready, and they just walk in the door and they're like, antidote, right? And so highly recommended. In most of these cases, the antidotes are broadly available, especially here. Make sure you have them in your house. We have syringes ready to go, but we did not have the antidote ready to go. So they brought an extra antidote back with them, and we gave it to Mia as a precautionary because it's vitamin K. You can do that. For those who don't know, vitamin K is a critical coagulant in your blood, and that is the K. People are like, does that stand for potassium? Because the element is potassium, and that would make sense, but it's not. It's K for coagulant in German. Little did you know. Now you know. Knowing's half the battle. The other half is having it on hand. Okay, so Clive spent the night and is doing okay, but it was a near thing, and he's completely fine now. He's like, what was all the fuss about? But yeah, he threw up as they got there, so they knew he was starting the end. Kaz says, loves your videos. Scott, what are you exterminating? So this is Nicaragua, right? So growing up in New York, I guess let's start there. We never really used exterminators. My dad will be like, yeah, of course we did. No, I have no memory of us using exterminators on a regular basis. But when we moved to Texas as an adult, you use exterminators all the time, because if you don't, it's mosquitoes and scorpions coming into your house all the time, right? So in Texas, not only do we have an extermination service, the same one we use here actually, and that would regularly do a full-blown extermination, because I mean they would treat along the windows and the wall edges, and you want to kill cockroaches because they're gross. You want to stop ants, and termites is a huge one. Mosquitoes, obviously massive. There's a bunch of things, and regular extermination here is cheap and reliable. Like, it works pretty well. Make sure they're not putting down rat poison. So it's the beginning of the rainy season, and so that's an important time to have the exterminators, because you've had maximum time since the last start of the rainy season, of course, and literally on the day before the first rain, there's like no insects, like not a thing. It's so dry, insects are just like giving up. They're like, time to die, and they all die, right? And we had, I think it was a couple days before the rainy season, I left. Oh, I haven't put these on yet. I left this light accidentally on. And now this is an LED. It's actually from my dad. Thanks, Dad. This LED gets really hot, actually. And at night, all the lights are off, as it is. But these windows behind me don't seal. They're the glass slats. So if you leave a bright LED like this shining on the window, gnats will work their way in through the slats. And they, I remember the carpenter bees, yeah. And the gnats will get through the cloth, and they will go to the light. But the light's hot. Like really, really hot, like burn your fingers hot. And so the whole front of this turns into a pile of cooked gnats. The whole front of the light is just cooked gnats. And so that kind of stuff will happen as soon as the rainy season comes. They suddenly exist, right? And so once the rain comes, suddenly ants are pouring out of the ground because they're not where they want to be, because the rainy season comes, and suddenly the yard's under 3 inches of water, right? You can almost go swimming. Frogs, suddenly, our kitchen, frogs are jumping around and stuff, like really cool things happen. But suddenly there's more cockroaches. Not that there's normally many, but every so often you see one. Now I got katydids running through the house. Everything in you can name has come out of dormant behavior, or if it's so mosquitoes we actually haven't seen yet. Like they'll come, but they have a longer cycle. But a whole bunch of things, just as soon as the water comes, boom, they're up. And so it's the time to fumigate, because all the eggs are starting to hatch. All the things are in the air for the first time. Everything is about to lay new eggs. This is the time to wipe them out. And so you try to fumigate, and it's not just the house. Yes, you fumigate the house, but you also fumigate the yard. You want to get into the grass, into the bushes, into the trees canopy, into the tree canopy, and knock out as much of that stuff as possible. Watch out for places that might have bees. Don't exterminate there, but if you got wasps or anything like that, take care of them. You want to get rid of all the flies and those things. So it's a normal procedure that we do every year when the rains come, and it makes a huge difference and contributes to why we say we really don't have that many insects here. Of course, we would have loads of insects. We're in the tropical jungle if we did nothing, but the whole country does this type of extermination all the time. It's important for everyone. It's why we don't have malaria. It's why the things we have to worry about are much less, but it does take diligence, and that's part of it. So Eunice is here. Hola, Scott. Mr. Sammy says, yay, Sammy's in the house. Buddhist is here. Glad Clive is okay. Thank you, Mario. And my dad says, we only sprayed the house for carpenter bees. We also had infestations of ladybugs. I remember that. I really don't have to deal with that many bugs down here. People always go, yeah, I don't believe you. But we don't have screens on our windows. Right? I just have slats back here. If I was in New York or Texas with windows like this place would be insane. It would be so bad. Here, it's real. I don't even think about it until you leave the light on at night, and then you got dead gnats in the morning. But it says all the apartments I lived in New York City fumigated at least once a year. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely in the city. You have to, because you're going to get bed bugs and all kinds of things. I'm sure we fumigated in New Jersey when I lived there. Oh, no, we should have. When I lived in New Jersey, I lived in North Brunswick, New Jersey. My apartment was completely overrun with centipedes. The entire place was just crawling with them. Like, you would just see them moving everywhere. Oh, it was so awful. It was the worst thing ever. There's nothing nastier than a centipede, and they were super aggressive. The last thing you wanted to do is find one while you're in the bathroom, because they would come after you while you were, like, on the toilet. And they'd be like, what are you going to do? Like, they knew you were on the toilet and defenseless. Like, it was terrible. And they were the big, I say big. Obviously, centipedes get like this big, and those will drop you. These were not like that. But for New Jersey, these are the big hairy ones, right? The big, scary, nasty, aggressive ones that bite like crazy. And they would literally sense you were there and hunt you. And they would come out at night. I'd be covered in welts because there's nowhere to go. I tried everything to get rid of them. And it's because my apartment building did nothing and had standing water in the walls and stuff. Like, it was gross. But yeah, it was it was an adventure for sure. So what's up with you guys? How's your week been? Mr. Sammy Atari sent it. What's everyone been up to? What do you got going on this weekend? The system says we lost a whole bunch of viewers. Is that really true, or did YouTube just lose track of what's going on? Whenever there's a big drop, it's normally replaced a few seconds later, and YouTube's like, sorry, we lost track of everybody. Cluster flies, we don't really get cluster flies. We get flies, but not cluster flies. We don't get new flies too often, because Nicaragua's we don't have many borders, but they're really anal about keeping out new invasive species coming in, because they'll be real bad if they don't. So they're pretty good about that. Checking all my message spots, making sure I'm keeping up with things. I see Marcela posting pictures of beer at the beach. That's probably why she's not here. Yep, the people are back. It was a YouTube thing. Yeah, Mr. Sammy, 16 watching. That's what I show now, too. Disappeared there for a bit. I am on the tired side, but hopefully I'll be better soon, because I was napping on the floor with the dogs. And now this one's over here. He is fast asleep. He is so tired. I don't think he got good sleep last night being in a different place. He does like going to the vets. He likes hanging out with Dr. Jorge and his family. He does sleep in bed with them. But he has a new puppy there, my doctor, and I assume that they played quite a bit, and he's probably tired from that. And he just, he's not going to sleep as well when he doesn't have his daddy. My dogs have such a routine and are so used to not just sleeping with me, but they get like my pillow and stuff. They live in extreme levels of luxury and privilege, and so if they don't have that, I don't know how they handle it. They're so spoiled. They have big soft beds wherever they go. Every room has a bed for them. Like my office has a giant, like it's big enough for, that's what, when I say I sleep on the floor with the dogs, the dog bed on the floor is big enough for me and both dogs to sleep on. Right? Like that's crazy. Obviously, like my feet hang off and stuff, right? But like I curl up with the dogs on there and I put my arm so my head's held and then I just have to, I can't be barefoot or it hurts my feet. I have sandals on. I put my feet on top of each other so the sandals provide some support in between my arm and that, so I lose feeling in my arm. Like I can only do it for so long. I have slept an entire night with it on the floor, but the dogs didn't join me when I did that, I don't think, or just one of them. And it wasn't as comfortable as when I just lie with the dogs on the floor. I'm not sure why. I did something wrong, I think, when I tried that. But so they have that, and if they go in the game room, they have a couch. If they go in the living room, they have a couch. If they go in the gym or my bedroom, they have beds in there. If they have to go in with the girls, they have beds in there. Like even if they're in the public space in the house, and if they go outside, they have multiple couches and chairs with cushions out there. With pillows and everything. So anytime they want to be in luxury, they just have their space. But it says the no-see-ums drive me nuts. That's what I get a lot of. Siulis. How do you pronounce that? Is it siulis? That's what I get, the gnats. That's what I get a lot of here. That's what's dead on the light. When I'm recording and you see me like, that's because they either go into my nose, ear, or mouth, and they often get stuck in the back of my throat. And you know there's a dead insect there, and you're like, I don't care if I swallow it, but go away. It's really hard in the middle of recording something to retain the thought, keep filming, and have an insect like, no, I want to get out. Luke says, I'm on the phone until the data plan runs out. Wi-Fi at the casa dropped again at exactly 5:15. I wonder if they have their things set to like only be Wi-Fi for them while there's shows on or something. Siulas. 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 Siolas. Siolas. We'll wait till Marcela's here and can actually just say it for me. Charulas. So what else we got going on this week? I said this earlier, I've got 10 days until I am heading to the United States. Bum, bum, bum. Which I'm not even thinking about yet because that's a whole bunch of work and stuff. I don't have time to even begin to contemplate. So much I need to do while there. That's gonna be a bit. Siulas. I'm just turning on a Minecraft server for my daughter. She's gonna play games. They always play video games while I'm on my live stream, and then when I get off, we watch Supernatural most nights. It's 15 seasons long, so we're gonna be watching it for a long time. It's hard to believe how much of that show they made. It's truly impressive how much of it exists. Now, it's a goofy show. You can make a lot of it without putting in a ton of thought, for sure. But I gotta let her know it's on. And but it's an entertaining show, at least as far as we've gotten. I'm on like season 3, and I've heard the first 5 seasons are at least good. So I'm about a little bit less than 1/5 of the way through the show. Mr. Sammy says, they are annoying. They love buzzing around all your fruits and platanos that you have left out. Gets old really quickly. The ones flying around my face are the ones that get really old really quickly. I spend so much time outside trying to do stuff, and I can't be like all the time. And so they really go for my face a lot like a horse. And you notice it's a lot. So we don't really have a topic this week. We don't normally. but you guys are really quiet. It's the usual crowd. All of you guys are used to the show, so it's more like just hanging out. Everybody got a drink? Everybody got a Tonya? I got my Flor de Caña. I decided, okay, so I'm going to tell this story real quick. I'm going to take this off because I'm a little bit warm. I've got the air conditioning on. I really need a haircut. Like, this is way too long. That's partially why I'm feeling too warm. But so today, Eric from Living Abroad with Eric and we often look at YouTube channels and different things and try to analyze what works, what doesn't work, what people are interested in, and so forth. Because it's how you learn. And he had quite an amazing week. He did half a year of my traffic in a single show over a course of 1 week, like 389,000 views on an episode about people failing in their move to Ecuador. And so you learn by looking at what works, what doesn't. And so he was looking at this other channel and asked me to take a look at it because it's a show that's been around longer than either of us. And the show has not done great. It has a number of really good episodes. Like, he has a bit that have done really well compared to anything except for Eric's most recent episode, and better than any of mine. And but like, when you look, like, both he and I have much larger shows on average, but this show has these big spikes and is generally pretty good. Like, I picked an unpopular episode and watched it, and I'm like, this is pretty good. I'm like, why? So it's like, but why? Why is he putting out things that seem like they should be popular content, and he's getting 700 views instead of 7,000 views? Like, something's wrong. And so I looked pretty quickly, and I'm like, well, I feel like his thumbnail game is weak, and he's really clickbaity, and his titles to the point where they're meaningless, right? Or huge turnoffs, like, you'll never believe what happened next. You're right, I won't, so I'm not going to watch, right? So I'm like, those things are a big turnoff to me, but only so many of his videos were like that. And then I was just kind of casually looking and trying to provide my own feedback, and I looked, and I'm like, well, my first, just my reaction, and of course I'm old, is that he has this horrible bleached hair where his picture's on this thumbnail. And I'm like, some people are unattractive, and I don't think that hurts too much because they're unattractive. Like I'm on a video, no one cares. They're like, whatever, that's the guy who's in the video. But the bleached hair is this really specifically, I went through a lot of effort to look this way, right? Like, I've never once gone to a barber to get my hair done in a meaningful way, right? Trimmed, sure, a couple times. And once, like, 20% of all the adult visits to a barber I've ever done are on the show, right? So not a thing I really do. To put in effort to have a really over-the-top, super American, and very, everyone can do whatever they want with their hair. I don't find any of this but it has a real trashy vibe, right? And when it's a full-time traveler, you're like, this person is paying to look like this while traveling? Like, it hits you really quickly. So I'm like, these are the things that run through my brain, and they definitely don't make me want to click on this thumbnail. And Eric's like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't really look at it in that way. And then I said, hold on. And I sorted all of his videos by popularity, and I just went to unpopular videos, and I just glanced, and I'm like, yeah, when I'm looking at like a group of his thumbnails, he has a ton of these, and and he's being weird. When he doesn't have this, he's got like a hoodie up. Like, he put zero effort in, or worse, he put active effort into looking weird in his thumbnails, which is strange. Like, I understand that there's some really popular people who put weird photos. Like, obviously, Mr. Beast makes like these weird, goofy, cartoony photos, but that's not him looking weird. That's the image looking weird, and it apparently has a different effect. It turns me off, but I understand that it works. So just knowing what works and what doesn't is important. And there's another travel food YouTuber, and I can't think of his name for some reason, really popular, and he does it. To me, they're so... It's because it's an uncanny valley thing, right? Like, his head is twice as big as it should be, and he has a little body, and it's weird. If I stop and think about it logically, I don't care. But if I glance quickly at thumbnails, instantly I don't want to, whatever that is, just turns me off. Because that's how thumbnails work. It's all about this instantaneous emotional reaction in most cases. And so I'm like, yeah, all these thumbnails are a huge turnoff to me. Nothing here says this is a person I'd want to listen to. And then I'm like, wait, So I scrolled through all of his videos. So it's like 1,000 videos. And I said, let's keep track of this. And because his top couple videos did not look like that. He had like a normal haircut and he took a normal picture of himself. And I scrolled through and he has like 100 good videos. Every single one of them, until you got way down the list, there was one that snuck through where he had the bleached hair and then all this dark hair. And then when you got to his medium, there weren't very many. He has a number that are good, tons that are bad, and a few that are medium. The medium, there was one with bleached hair, and the rest were with the dark hair. And then we go, okay, so when you get down to 795 views, now keep in mind, he's got videos with hundreds of thousands of views, and tens of thousands of views, and thousands of views, many thousands, and then few thousand, and then just barely 1,000, and then 900s and 800s, and when you get down to 795 views, still a total in all those categories combined 3 videos where he has bleached hair. And once you get to 785 views, just 10 fewer views, that's what you can get in just a couple minutes on a release day. Nearly every video below that point was bleached hair. And this is over a course of an 8-year channel, 9-year channel. So the number of videos over a huge period of time is enormous. And the one insanely consistent thing that we could find was the color of his hair. And Eric's like, we got to call this guy. Like, we need to have a conversation with him. There's no way he realizes, there's no way he has caught the correlation that his bleached hair is driving his audience to go past the videos. And when he takes a moment to just look like, a normal person with normal hair, because the bleached hair looks terrible, right? It's not just like, oh, that's a style I don't like. No, it's like, what? Why? It's like that joke from Brooklyn Nine-Nine where he bleached his hair and everyone's like, you have to stop, right? And as soon as he had his natural colored hair, boom, everything did great. And Eric's like, I would never have caught this. Like, that's crazy that you looked at it and the first thing you said was his hair's bad, and that is completely consistent. Now, is it causation or correlation? Who knows? Maybe he doesn't make good content when he has bleached hair. But I bet it's the other way around because it triggered me enough for me to mention it and then to look into it. And then it was the predictable outcome because I literally looked at it and said, this is such a turnoff to me. Could it be? And then found it based on that. So that's a hint that it is actually causation, is when you hypothesize that it is a cause, have a reason why it would be the cause, and then find out without having had a reason to believe so before that there is a result that seems to stem from the hypothesized cause. Now, if you just hypothesize a random cause and it ends up being like, did you know that eating pineapple is the leading cause of helicopter accidents? And then you're like, what? No, there's no way that those are related, and you don't know why they'd be related, and then the stat happens to seem to line up. That's coincidence. But when you're like, here's why I believe, and here's logic as to why I think this may turn people off, because they look real quickly, and that, like, what kind of show is this is determined in a split second by looking at the person's picture in the thumbnail. And in this particular case, I felt very differently about the thumbnails I looked at where he was looking normal and ones where he was making an effort to look odd or disheveled. And then there appears to be a strong correlation causation. Anyway, yeah, that was an interesting find today. Mr. Sammy says, they are annoying. This is the no-see-ums. They love buzzing around all the fruits and platinums. Oh, I already said that. He said they are attracted to the fruit scents. A lot of men's cologne have fruit in it. I got to stop using old orange juice as cologne for sure. Butta says, tequila night for me. Very nice. I just have the Flor de Caña seltzer. I could use a tequila. I need a bartender while I do the show. That would be cool. I need to have like multiple cameras. Basically, we need to make it a huge show, right? But it'd be cool to actually have a bartender, people bringing me drinks and stuff. Tiffany says, hello, friends. Hey, Tiffany. And actually, so we were on the WhatsApp group a few hours ago, and it occurred to me that there is a possibility, now, once I'm back from the U.S., because we do have strong internet, on a Thursday night, there is some chance that we could hook up enough gear at Desperados to set up a live stream expat get-together event and do a group get-together at the bar while doing the live stream. It's a lot, but it would be really cool. And then I would have a bartender bringing me drinks while we do the show. That would be cool. And then you guys could come join me and we could have like a big thing and do like live interviews and put people on the show and have people hanging out and possibly have multiple cameras and have like different shots of different things and like you could do some cool stuff, right? I really need a field kit. The black Magic Atom board that I had really kind of died. I don't know, it just doesn't work. I really want to get the Rode Videocaster. If anyone wants to, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, buy that for me, that would be amazing. That is not a cheap piece of gear, but that would let us go and broadcast from the field really easily. I'm using a desktop with OBS right now as a replacement to the Blackmagic, and I do like a lot about this. It lets me use this awesome pod mic. That's been great, but I can put the pod mic into the Videocaster. I can't put it into the Blackmagic. That's one of the reasons why I want the Videocaster and I want to get a second mic, which that's easy. The Videocaster is like $1,000. Pod mic's like $100 because I'm using the XLRs. That would be super duper cool. I don't know if the prices on those are skyrocketing because they have to be imported from Australia, but that would be some really cool stuff. So we could do live streams from wherever. Rodecaster Video, I guess that's its name, and it's not 12. It's not 1,000 anymore. It is now 1,200. But if anyone's in Australia and can pick it up, I bet it's cheaper. Where is... There we go. They are super cool, though. It's a lot more modern than the one I was using, like 5 years newer or so, and built for the same number of video inputs, I think, but dual XLR input, which is a really big deal, because not having good mic input on the other one was a big limiting factor. So pretty cool. Boy, you guys are quiet tonight. This is rough. How am I supposed to do the show with no feedback? Especially when Marcela hasn't gotten here yet. She said she's on the bus, but I guarantee she's going to want to get here and shower and relax for a bit before she actually gets on. The Rodecaster model does have a little video screen on it. You can't see the show, but it does give you some feedback about like audio levels and stuff, things that the other one didn't. You have to have a computer to look at, which is fine, but Mr. Sammy, I love OBS. I can finally add my webcam and screen capture the monitor at the same time, picture in picture. Everybody needs to use it. I like OBS, but I find it really cumbersome to use, and it constantly has some weird crashing issues. Not like crashing during the video. I don't think it's done that yet. It's pretty stable for that, but there's definitely some things I would like to have. And the thing that I don't like with OBS is I still have to have a capture board. I have to have all this stuff as if I didn't have a computer, but I have to also have the computer. Like, it's just a bit much. There's quite a bit of thunder. I don't know if you guys heard that. Mr. Samuels, no. Tiffany says, I saw your video on condominium San Augustin. Wow, they are some nice little houses. I sure wish they had larger yards. Yeah, it's true. But then you'd have to take care of a yard. There's downsides, I guess. People do live streams with just a cell phone and they do fine. You're a gadget guy. Well, so that's not entirely true, Gypsy. So, like, my phone couldn't do this live stream. I don't think the stuff that we do with the audio and everything, and the length of time just doesn't add up. So some of the reasons that iPhones don't work great. And like my niece used to do huge time live streaming. One of the things is they always had to buy an extra iPhone just for that, right? Because it's so intensive that it would cause all kinds of problems if they didn't have a dedicated device for it. So that was very expensive. And now you don't have to have a top-end iPhone, but an iPhone like this costs as much as one of the Videocasters. And if you're going to use an iPhone like this, you've got to get a microphone like this and find a way to attach it to it, which I have the gear to do, but that's you still have all that, right? So you still have the adapter gear, you still have the microphone gear. Now you've got a phone that you've got to have all this stuff, and the cameras are a lot harder to manage. And so I've tried it, right? I started by doing live streams on that, and it doesn't do these kinds of things. And if you want to run off of battery and move around, which is super cool, you got way more problems, right? So people who are doing live streams off of those things, and I know people who do, they have way lower production quality and control. They normally have quite expensive rigs, so they're looking at thousands of dollars of rigging to make those phones work in a way similar to this, and a lot less flexibility. Like they don't have the lens movement. Like they've got to physically move the room instead of having camera lens changes and stuff. I don't, could I do it with less gear and make it work? Yes, I could. Could I put on a show like the one we do and pull it off with a lot less gear? No, I don't think I could. It's when I go and do stuff with the phone, tons of stuff doesn't work, right? And if you don't have the computer, I have no idea how people do the live stream feedback. I think they have a second person that's answering or a second phone. There's a lot of things like that they have to do, and that adds up really quick in cost. Mary says, I'm walking my dog. We'll have questions later. Okay. Jesse is here. I'm a longtime watcher. I'm a big fan from Houston. Well, thank you very much. And why is everyone from Houston? That's so crazy. Houston is where I will be in 10 days. What part of Houston are you in, Jesse? Tiffany says, happy to hear Clive is doing better. Your wife, Dominica, I'm sure she was pissed. She was very pissed. There was hell to be paid. I would have been very scared to be the guy who had to come back today and pick up and show us all the places that he left surprise poison for our dogs around the house, because that's what he had to do all afternoon in the heat, was walk around in full uniform with his boss and be like, I put one here, I put one here. Now, luckily, he had a clipboard with all the information as to where they were, but 15 of them spread around our house, nearly all of them where the dog could get to them. Some of them are like up on cupboards, like no animal in our house could possibly get there. But he doesn't know that our cat doesn't wander around the house. There's all kinds of things he doesn't know. So it's, that's not something you can just leave around. That's not plausible. In that way, right? Because it kills cats real quick. I'm sure cats are less attracted to it. Dogs think it's a chew toy. My dogs jumped right on it. And we don't want to be poisoning rats. Why would you poison rats? They're sweet. Mr. Sammy says, they are right. I'm jealous. How do so many people live stream with just a cheap smartphone or cheap laptop? Also, a lot of people don't want to share how they do it. Gatekeeping. That is true. There's a lot of gatekeeping. If anyone has questions about how I do it, but it's pretty straightforward. Memorial area? I have a clinic at Memorial 610. Memorial 610 Vet Clinic is one of my clients. My wife and I are seriously considering leaving America, and I have family in Nicaragua. We are seriously considering it. Oh, awesome. That's very cool. So just real quick, those who want to know, I'm on a Mac M1, which is older. We got it in the States before we moved down here. So it's in the midst of COVID desktop purchase, but it's still running great. Got the Rode Streamer X, which is the input. This is the pod mic. I'm not going to take the cover off, but it's the standard white pod mic XLR. That goes into the Streamer X, which also takes the HDMI input from the Fuji XS20. The big secret on the XS20 is that I have the fan module for it. Can't do it without the fan. It overheats. Just like my phone. My phone couldn't even begin to do this because it would overheat. It's so hot in Nicaragua that even in the air conditioning, most times I can't fully charge my phone because it overheats. So if I'm doing a live stream, it will kill it quick and won't be able to charge. So if I'm trying to charge quickly, I have to be able to throw my phone into an ice box to chill it before I go back to charging again. That's a regular thing. So constantly streaming would be pretty hard. I have to be running the air conditioning. That's why doing it on the beach will be very hard. And then OBS simply takes the input off the Streamer X. I don't have to do any additional mixing because the mic is coming off of that already. So I'm actually mixing in the Streamer X, and I can do things like, I'm going to show you guys. This is going to look terrible because we're live, but it's nice. I can mute myself with I have a big green button with a light on it, and I can just make my voice. Now there's nothing. You can't hear me, except you can hear whatever other mic is going on around here. And then I can bring it right back, and then I can make the video like, oh no, I'm gonna do something embarrassing on video. Oh, you didn't see it, and now I'm back. Right? I've got these big buttons I can just hit, and I've got sound effects that I can just hit anytime. Right, which is really cool. And you can program them. I don't have them programmed because I don't need sound effects. But I could really easily put like a dozen sound effects on this thing, and I've got these big lit up buttons that I can just go boop, and I can adjust. And if I wanted to have headphones, it takes care of all that. None of that's going through the computer. That's a nice lit up thing on my desk that I really like. And so I'm very happy with that. And that's a cool tool set. I used to use the Atom and only monitor on the computer, and in many ways I like that better, but it couldn't handle the quality that we were trying to do. But yeah, so I have live streamed with the laptop. So I've got a MacBook Air M2, and these are like fully loaded, maxed RAM, maxed drives, like they're nice. And with that, the built-in camera is sufficient to put on a moderate show, but it definitely looks nothing like this. And so I have to be a lot more careful where I set it. And I have a mic adapter from Rode. All my mic gear is Rode. And then I have a number of mics. I was going to show it to you, but it's mounted on the camera for no good reason. But I have a Rode shotgun that does not as good a job as this, obviously, but a pretty good job, that uses a traditional mic input into the adapter into the laptop, and I just set that next to me. And that combination of things makes a mobile setup that is absolutely adequate, but it is very noticeably not this show. But there are some people that do that for sure. But I think most people just don't tell you that they've got big Sony and Canon and Nikon gear mounted on stuff, and they have lots of studio lights. And I have a studio light here, a studio light here, and a studio reflector here, plus a highlight lamp there. And the other one's off, but there's normally another highlight lamp over there to bring up the background. And that's I don't try very hard. I have like this really simple setup. I'm hoping to update a number of things and make it even better, but we'll see. We're also talking about maybe dropping a new studio somewhere nearby and having more of a dedicated setup. But that's how I do it. And this isn't bad, but it's probably about $4,000 in gear. Between the audio and the video and the lights and everything, to do it this way. Obviously, you can do it way cheaper than that, but not very many people can do it with the Fuji optics and studio lights, and do it at night, be able to do it anytime. A lot of people depend on sunlight. They have to do it by an open window. Like, there's a lot of things that people can do, but they don't have the flexibility of doing it whenever they want and so forth. Memorial area, and we read that. Tiffany says, hubby said the pest control guy wouldn't have been safe coming back with me in the house. Oh, yeah, he was not so safe. It was only because he knew where all the secret poison was. Houston is where I changed flights, Chicago to Houston to Managua. Yep, that's where I end this time. Houston has amazing food. I will miss it if we leave. I never find good food in Houston. Not really. Okay food, for sure, but like I'm from New York and lived in Dallas for a long time and visited Austin a lot. Houston, people talk about the good food, but I've never really had a lot of above average food in Houston. It's not terrible, but Leon is Devil's Canyon in the middle of summer. Stay away. Eat all the lobster and Thai food before you leave. I hate to break it to you, Tiffany. But yeah, Thai food for sure. But lobster, there's no lobster in Houston, same as here. That is only the Northeast has lobster. Once you hit Maryland, you can't get lobster unless it's frozen lobster, and it's just not the same. I think my dad wasn't on. We were on. Was it last week or the week before that everyone discovered? All the Americans discovered that south of Maryland, what they call lobster isn't actually lobster, and it's the same as here. That we're all eating crayfish and no one knew. Here we know. Right. In English, they call it lobster, but it's clearly crayfish in Spanish, which, along with many things, Spanish, I don't think, has a name for lobster. Hold on. I'm going to double check that. With Google, Google does not know. Let's just be clear. But any native Spanish speakers, real quick, are you able to tell me, are there different words for the two? Yeah, so I tried crayfish, and Google thinks that it should be cangrejo de rio, as in river crab. I'm pretty confident that is wrong, Google. I don't know 100%, but that really seems wrong because, one, a crayfish is not in any way a cangrejo, a crab. It is also looks nothing like it. It also isn't from the river. It's often from the ocean. So langostina is crayfish, obviously. It's really langosta is the word for lobster, but it's also the word for crayfish. And langostina is just small crayfish. Okay, Jesse says langostine is different. But what is it? That is the question. So here's the thing, is that langostine is supposed to, according to Google, be langostine in English, which is a prawn shrimp. It is not crayfish. This is difficult because obviously really large shrimp and really small crayfish really start to overlap. Just call them crawdads. I feel that's universal. Crawdads, I think, is the least common of all the normal names for crayfish. Crayfish and crawfish, having lived in both the North and the South, is very common. And crawdad, I have very rarely, I've heard it, like it does, it's like, what's a crawdad? I would know, but I never hear it used, just like I never hear mudbug or yabbies. Now, many crayfish in the United States are called lobster, right? Because people are trying to make money. No, langostina is used, Mr. Sammy, all over on menus up here. It's everywhere. But we catch them here, so that's probably why. Tiffany says, I hate crayfish, but isn't that what you're eating in Houston and think is lobster? I think you love crayfish and don't realize it, which is normally the case. Loads and loads of Americans love crayfish and don't know that they're eating it all the time. Let me see. Because if you're eating something called lobster in Houston, unless you're paying a fortune, that is a crayfish. Just a big one. And they would make a huge deal that it's a lobster. Like, absolutely huge. Like, we flew this in, you know. Lobster, the nightclub horns. Mr. Sammy says, if you have familia, in Nicaragua, then the most easy setup is to shop near family. Gypsy says, si con todo los cosas que tienes te pareces muy guapa hombre. Muy guapa hombre? Muy guapo hombre, I hope. Mauricio is here. Hello, Scott. Hello, Mauricio. So part of the problem here is that all words are used incorrectly. So it's hard to know what's actually correct because Google's not very accurate either, right? So that is difficult. So importantly, though, langosta is crawfish. It's what we call crawfish here normally. The true word langosta is lobster, according to Google, but there is no lobster in the Spanish-speaking world that I know of, maybe super southern Argentina or something. So it's always used wrong if it's used on a menu. And then the thing that langostina is really supposed to be is a shrimp or prawn, and that is a different family. Lobsters and crayfish are the same family. They're Astacidae. So they're really closely related. I'm trying to, yeah. So lobsters and crayfish are under the family with slipper lobsters and spiny lobsters. Those are even less related. And then way above that, they're related to mud shrimp and hermit crabs and true crabs. And then farther up from that, they're related to boxer shrimp and true shrimp. And farther above that, they're related to prawns. So according to the decapod breakdown classification of domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, suborder, and so forth, the closest thing between a lobster, the closest thing to a true lobster is a crayfish, and the second closest thing is a spiny lobster, and then a crab, and then a shrimp, and then a prawn, which is the langostina when used correctly. So that's difficult at best, but they're all really close, right? That's a whole bunch of, here's a bunch of words and technical things, and how are they used? And then there's the linguistic problems of how it is broken down, right? So according to DeepL, it's the same. Langosta is lobster, langostina is prawn, gamba is shrimp, and cangrejo de rio is crayfish, which is never used. So Jesse says, I can remember your video about the Jamaican restaurant that didn't have Jamaican food. Yeah, they went out of business. But I love spiny tail lobster, right? Which is not lobster at all. So so spiny lobster is not very closely related to either. And we looked this up last time. Spiny tail lobster is a common name for crayfish. Right, so just remember, you love crayfish. That's what we have here, is spiny tail lobster, crayfish. Langosta, yes, it's not something I really care for. You guys must like seafood. I think most Americans like seafood. Itchethix, maybe bogavante for lobster. That's what my dictionary says. I have never seen the word bogavante anywhere, and no translation service has ever shown that to me. Hold on, I'm going to see what DeepL says. Yeah, it calls that lobster, but nothing in the opposite direction. Well, okay, if I flip it in DeepL, it says alternative bogavante. I don't know where that's used. Not here. Si guapo, error and typo. How do you pronounce typo in Spanish? Patricia says, I worked at a pet store when I was in high school. We sold miniature freshwater lobsters, not crayfish. The blue ones were expensive. Freshwater lobster. That does not seem like a thing. What the heck is a freshwater lobster? The freshwater lobster, also known as blue crayfish, but known as doesn't make it what it is. I really don't think true lobsters can be in. Oh, no. Oh, okay, yeah. Homesteady, while many species of lobster grow in saltwater, the freshwater lobster, known as a crayfish, can be kept in aquariums. And that's pretty generally, yeah, I'm really confident, Patricia. So here's the thing. No matter who you go to, if they make money, so restaurants, pet stores, anything, they will always call it a lobster because that's what people want to hear. But they are crayfish every time. Real lobsters are big, and they live off of Maine, and they are in saltwater. And I don't know of any exception to that. But I guarantee, without any doubt, that those are crayfish. Gypsy says in Spain they're called gambas. They are here too. You can call them gambas. We don't get a lot of that kind of shrimp, but what we do call them here is camarones. I should look up what Deep L thinks that is. That'd be funny if that's not shrimp. No, they call it shrimp. Yeah. So, no, if I reverse it, it says camarones is the normal for shrimp, but gambas is what it said last time. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's Google that said that. We're gonna try it in Deep L. It goes to gambas with camarones being the alternative. But I learned a lot of my Spanish in Spain, so gambas is normal to me. But camarones is what we use here everywhere. But you could use gamba, but it's not what people use. Larry says lobster tails. Mr. Sammy says I never heard the word bogavante. Yeah, I mean, I don't order a lot of lobster, but I do. I've always owned lobster restaurants, and my father is possibly the largest lobster aficionado I've ever known anywhere ever. I've never heard tell of someone who likes lobster more than my father, and I've never heard of bogavante in any context anywhere. My dad says we now have 2 dining trucks in Western New York that serve Maine lobsters. Must check website daily for location. That's the thing. In the U.S., if it doesn't say Maine lobster, I guarantee it's not a lobster. It is technically possible to have lobsters from places other than Maine, but everyone will sell Maine lobster if it is. If it does not specify that it's a true lobster, it is always a crawfish. Gypsy says, Mr. Sammy has never been to Spain. Mr. Sammy says, shrimp and fish, I do see a lot in Managua. Good to get your libido up. I mean, there should be shrimp and fish everywhere in Rivas and Carazo and Chinandega, Leon. But even in Matagalpa, there's a lot of... We've got such a supply of seafood throughout the country now. I don't think it ends up being... Lindana says, how do you say crab? That's cangrejo. Yeah, Anna says, I thought cangrejo was crab. So this is cangrejo de rio, which is river crab in direct translation, which could be, right? So all the words that people are using, freshwater lobster, that's crawfish. Cangrejo de rio, apparently crawfish. The spiny-tailed lobster, crawfish. Those are all just terms for crawfish. So the same kind of thing, there's this word crab of river is crawfish. It's just, I hate that they do that, but there's a lot of missing words in Spanish. There are some in English. There's a lot missing in Spanish, and that's like, especially here in Nicaragua, this is one of the ones we joke about. They don't have a word for bell peppers, so they use the word for tomato instead. Super confusing. They are unaware of basic fruits, so they have no word for cranberries. They just call them blueberries. Are they related fruits? No, they are not. Why do they call them the same thing? I have no idea. How do they differentiate them? They don't. They have no idea. They just think they're the same fruit. What? Kind of like how Americans often think raspberries and blackberries are the same thing, but at least we have 2 different words for them? I don't know. It's very, very weird. Now, in the defense of mixing blueberry and cranberry, they are at least in the same Vaccinium family, which also includes bilberries, lingonberries, and huckleberries. But I can only imagine all of them are given the same name in Spanish, but those are all quite different fruit. Like, Americans would never want cranberries and blueberries to be intermixed as a single thing. You don't want to buy cranberry sauce and have it end up being blueberry sauce. And you don't want to get blueberry pie and have it end up being cranberry pie. They're not utterly different, but they are clearly not the same. But here, there's no words to differentiate lime and lemon. People literally don't know they're the same, that they're different things. And they're not even closely related. Outside of being citrus family, they have no relation. There is, oh, now I lost it. there's several things. And of course, the whole Spanish-speaking world uses the word for chocolate for peanuts, which is super confusing, in the way that the word for tomato is used for bell pepper here. And then, there's a major one that they don't have a word for now. I can't think of what it was. I was about to say what it was. But there's big food items especially, but other things as well, that there are just, you need a word for this, and they don't have one. So crayfish, obviously, being one of them. What seafood is prevalent in Nicaragua? So crayfish is huge, shrimp, camarones. A number of fish, right? We've got mahi-mahi and curvina. Tuna is really big here. Mussels, black conch, which they call mussels or something. Like, it's very confusing. They use some weird names for a few things. There's some things that are widely available here and no one eats. Sea urchins, I think, that are like, why is no one eating this? Crab, obviously all over, but no one really eats crab here. But there's so many crabs. Not even close to as many crabs now as there was in 2021. The decline in crab population is staggering. When I was here in 2021, life on the beach was just crabs everywhere. Everywhere you went, they'd be running across the floor, running across your feet, get into the hotel rooms. Like, they were nuts. When I was here in 2015, we would drive down the road, and the whole road would be, at night, just glistening eyes of crabs and the sound of the car wheels crunching over their shells nonstop, like living crab shells, was just never ending. And now I can't say I've seen a crab in 2 years. So I don't know what's changed, but the crab population is just gone. We do get squid. We do get octopus. Ray, a lot of ray, which is very cheap. Larry says you can't get Pacific lobster yet here. Season starts in October. They now have 3 to 4 pounds to small. That's the crayfish, of course. Crab is cangrejo. Yeah, Anna, that's what I always thought crab was called, cangrejo. Christopher House is here. Hey, Scott. Hey, Christopher. James says, hello, Scott from Fundy. No lobster fishing here this year. China has 100% tariff on Canadian seafood. The price is so low, doesn't pay to go out. Wow. Lobster is so cheap, no one bothers to harvest it. Imagine that. And why is China tariffing Canadian seafood? That's weird, because it's all coming from here. Ship it here, we'll eat that lobster. No one here knows what lobster is. They would lose their minds. It's just actually, the entire southern U.S. has never tasted lobster. Like, for real. 90% of Americans literally don't know what lobster is. It would be so huge if Canada would ship it in, but of course the tariffs make it impossible. Patricia says, it wasn't a thing. We sold crayfish. We just called them miniature freshwater lobsters because no one would pay for a crayfish. Exactly. Mr. Sammy, same thing with all the food. No one would buy crayfish if we called it that, so we call it Pacific lobster. Pescado a la tipitapa is what you want, with Ron Plata Light or Flor de Caña Light mixed with a juice. I've never been that big of a fan of tipitapa. La Marcelita está aquí. Por fin. La fiesta está aquí. Patricia says we sold really big crabs called mangrove crabs. They were scary. You sold them as pets or food? Because we have mangroves, right? And there's crabs all through them, and I don't want to eat that. Camarón is shrimp. Yep. Hay un tormenta cerca? We're going to have a storm soon. Mia, está con miedo. Tiffany says, same. I love some good seafood. Oh, Mary says, same here. Stop, you guys are making me hungry now. There is, so a really popular thing here is cocktails. Ceviche. A place that makes ceviche is often called a cocktailria, which really throws people off. In much of the Spanish world, we think of that being a place that makes cocktails, and here it's a place that makes ceviche, which should be a cevicheria, which is a true word in Spanish, but for some reason, many of the places call themselves cocktailerias. Un momento, es como... Oh, estás atrapa. Wow. All right, guys, we're going to back up the camera just a little bit. Do this with your iPhones, people. There we go. Boom. Here we are. Lista party.
Uy, hola. Ahí estoy bien. Sí,
Mejor. Estamos hablando sobre comida del mar aquí y frutas, porque no hay palabras en español para muchas comidas del norte, como cranberry. Aquí es lo mismo de blueberry. Lo mismo palabra, pero es dos frutas súper diferentes en comida y color. That's some good seafood. Trey, I raised blue crayfish. The mud is sulfur enriched to give blue color. Oh, very nice. James says there's a Chinaman. There's a Chinaman. I think that's a Chinaman. Shouldn't be a space. That's got 2 large lobster pounds. A family of 4 in his restaurant in Shanghai pay over $1,000 US for a meal. Wow. And imagine, you could sell that in the US, no problem, because no one's ever had lobster. James says your video quality is excellent. Why, thank you. Patricia says cranberries should be called red berries, not blueberries. Exactly. Well, the word for blueberry here is nothing like blueberry anyway. I think it's actually that blueberries are called the word for cranberry rather than the other way around, but I'm not 100% sure. Anna says chili verde, green pepper? No, because green peppers, chili verdes are spicy. But if you're talking sweet peppers, which might be green but might not be, they're called chitoma. However, chitoma means tomato. So it's very confusing. So one of my famous linguistic stories is my wife traveled to Costa Rica, where they also use the same language and same everything, but they don't call it chitoma. They I think it's chili dulce in Costa Rica. ¿Es correcto? Chili dulce? And she said something with no chitoma, and the guy just looked at her. And if you are a tica and you are familiar with Nicaragua, then it's a completely normal thing to hear chitoma. But if you are in like the capital and you're not engaging with Nicaraguans very often, because it requires that you have to interact with Nicaraguans, and those Nicaraguans have to know or not be aware to not use local colloquial words incorrectly, to have heard chitoma. And not very many people mention it in normal speech, right? You're not sitting around going, I would like green pepper in this. Like, they just read a menu and they order an item and it either has it or doesn't have it. But my wife is allergic to it or has a sensitivity to it. So she has to ask for no onions, no peppers everywhere she goes. So, sin cebolla, sin chitoma in Nicaragua. But when you're in Costa Rica, she says the same thing. And they're like, you don't want what now? And they know the word because lots of Costa Ricans know Nahuatl, the native language. And chitoma es tomate in Nahuatl. And so they're like, no tomatoes? And she's like, no, wait, what? Like, it's very confusing. So, yeah. But it says freshwater crayfish are not spiny lobsters. No, freshwater crayfish are not spiny lobsters. Both freshwater crayfish and spiny lobsters are part of a specific family that is above all the things we're talking about. But it is the spiny tail lobster is also not a freshwater crayfish. However, the freshwater crayfish and the spiny tail lobster are both crayfish, just two very different crayfish. Mr. Sammy says, you want a recommendation? Pedir un mariscos vuelve a la vida cocktail with ron plata light shots. You're welcome. Mariscos, that doesn't sound good at all. I don't know what it is. Lime and lemon are so confusing in Nicaragua. It's really not. It's always lime. That's the answer. No matter what someone tells you, no Nicaraguan is familiar with lemon. So there's no words for it because there's no knowledge of it. It's just lime. If you find lemons at the grocery store, everyone just is like, I don't know what happened to these limes. Mr. Sammy sent a bunch of symbols. Tiffany says, Buddhist, that's what I thought. Mary says, we went to San Juan del Sur for the first time over Semana Santa and had some very good ceviche. We want to explore their harbor area more when they bring in the fish. Oh, snapper. Yeah, there can be snapper. It's not widely available. I think it comes from the Atlantic side. Mr. Sammy says, yes, ceviche and vuelve a la vida. Get one or both if they have it. Let's go. What's the difference between a ceviche and vuelve a la... Oh, she does not know. And she does eat ceviche.
Vuelve a la vida. No sé qué trae.
Mary says, would you eat the fish out of Lake Nicaragua? No. I mean, I don't know anyone who would fish there, but you can. I don't know of any fish out there you'd want to eat. Obviously, there is, right? Like, that would be silly that there's one of the largest lakes in the region, well, certainly the largest lake in the region, one of the largest lakes in North America, and not have any edible fish in it. But it's like tar pond and stuff are the big popular things. Like, they're not things you normally want to eat. I'm sure there's something edible out there. Locals do it on the harbor front. I suppose if you caught the right thing, I'd be okay eating it out of Colsi Bolsa. Feels mostly just like there's nothing you want to eat there. Managua is definitely the dirty one. Yes. Gerald Suaso. Yeah, you definitely do not eat out of Xolotlan. That they're lucky that the fish are alive in there. Sure, if you're at the beach of Granada, don't forget to take the boats and Los Islets. I find that the area around like La Virgen has a lot of fishing, and is it Trinidad, Buenos Aires, that area. Mr. Sammy says, hola, que nos cuenta hoy? Pienso que es para ti. Larry says, hola niña, ¿tú eres borracha?
No.
Tenía una cerveza en tus fotos de la playa.
Ah, pero es trabajo.
Yes.
No era para mí.
She had beer for work, and it was not for her.
Pero no subí una foto.
No, yo vi las fotos mientras estoy
okay.
en el live stream. Where was I? Don Timoteo says, Colsi Bowl says, not clean. It collects runoff from everything, sewers, farms, streets. It's clean in comparison to Xolotlan. We'll say that. Mr. Sammy, yay, no podemos mirarte mover el micrófono.
Ah. Estoy chiquitita aquí.
We can bring it down. I'm louder than her anyway. It's so hard to do. Oh my gosh. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Larry says, Australian and South African lobster tails are the best and most expensive in the world, caught in the deepest and coldest water. Oh, neat.
Let's see.
It's time. Okay. Ella está más grande ahora. Tan, tarara. Oh, we need the mic on the... We do need that mic on an overhead boom. Someone get me an overhead boom. I will definitely hook that up. Raging Gun says, hey, guys. Lime. Mr. Sammy says, lime or little green limes. Get the juicy ones. The yellow ones are expensive. You might find them at La Colonia. The yellow ones are... Wait, limon or little green limes. If they're yellow, you can get actual lemons at La Colonia once in a while. But they are expensive, and they are imported. Don Timoteo says, people fish in Lago Colsi Bolsa and sell them by the lakeside in Granada. They are typically smaller fish. Do you know what kind they are? Like, what is it you eat from there, or could eat from there? Larry says, there's quite a lot of tilapia in the lake near Peñas Blancas. Oh, there is. Is that where tilapia is coming from? Is it okay? Oh, Butta says, Vola a la vida is just a type of ceviche. Oh, okay. Buttus, can you describe what it is? Oh, wait, no, here it is. Mr. Sammy says, it is chopped pieces of everything, pieces of tuna, fishes, shrimp, octopus, popo, and or squid. Oh, okay, we have it. It's just called mixto. Edwin says, hey, Scott, did you see that GTA 6 got delayed until 2026? May 26, 2026. They've got a lot of 26s going on to celebrate. Only 48 hours later, Rockstar Games released the second trailer. That's cool. It's still a ways away, but that's just over a year. I haven't really spent a lot of time on those games, so Tiffany says, Hola, Marcelita, sending you healing energy y amor. Energía.
Ah, okay.
It's energía de... How do you say healing in Spanish? Es para reparar. Reparar el cuerpo. La salud. You have to describe things when you don't know the words. And it says, Hola Marcelita, nice to see you. Mr. Sammy says, La Colonia, that's where Los Burgesses shop. Yes, the bourgeoisie. MBA is here. Hey, Scott, I bet you're happy with the start of the wet season. When does the wet season end, by the way? It ends when it says it's over. It typically ends, this is the problem, is all these things have shifted. So every year we can be like, it ends in November. We don't know. Everything's 6 months. So it's basically, so it started a few days ago. Add 6 months to this. June, July, August, September, October, November, just like I said. So if it really stays to 6 months, it's going to be the first week of November. But it's not really that accurate. It's just an average 6 months that shifts all around. And it can shift quite a bit. Traditionally, it didn't. Traditionally, it was like rock solid within a week or two. But now it's more like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks that it's moving around. And so people are often caught off guard, and it's just a lot less predictable. And we're getting a little bit more rain during the dry season than we're used to, and a little bit less rain during the wet season than we're used to, and it's all just a little bit changing. So La Colonia. Marcela or Marcel?
¿A dónde?
I don't aquí. Es la Marcelita. En realidad es Swanee. Swanee. Tim says, north of Managua, they sell fresh caught tilapia on the side of the road. We usually stop at a restaurant and eat some fried fish. North of Managua feels like a dangerous place to eat suddenly caught tilapia. James says tilapia is a filter fish that is used extensively in land-based aquaculture. Filter fish from toxic lakes. Bad idea. Edwin says also, but it's a great opportunity for aquaculture farms. Edwin says also, will you visit the brand new Plaza Naciones Unidas en Managua, located Parque Las Madres, okay, 200 metros hasta sur, al lado la...
Hospital Militar.
Militar, sí.
Es por PriceMart.
Oh, PriceMart in El Centro. Okay. Yeah, we could go there. We probably can't film there. All those plazas don't let us film. Seems to be a thing. Travis is here. Si entiéndome mejor. Wife says that's the closest way to say healing. Si entiéndome.
Sintiéndome, de sentir.
Si entiéndome.
Sintiéndome.
Si entiéndome.
Sintiéndome.
Sintiéndome. La maestra. Tiffany says, I haven't heard or seen of tilapia in years. No, gracias. Is it no? When I was in the U.S., which was not that long ago, it was the fish. Everywhere you went, it was the fish everybody had for everything, like genera fish. I was never a big fan growing up, but the reality is my mother was not a fish cook. And so now I'm able to do tilapia. We cook a lot of fish. It's surprising because my parents liked fish a lot, but I didn't like the fish that my parents cooked a lot. My parents and I have very different taste in fish. But I eat a lot of fish. But when I was young, I did not eat a lot of fish. Edwin says, a lot of new stores, restaurants, shops, etc. took the plaza very quick since its opening last year. Cool. Lindana says, healing is sanar or sanando. Don Timoteo, I think that the fish caught near Granada are called mojarra. Mojarra. I can't do it. Mojarra. Mojarra.
Mojarra.
Sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't. Do you have an airport in Nicaragua? This is from Eleonora Vishanina. Yes, we absolutely have an airport in Nicaragua. Managua, the capital, has an international airport and a second one under construction. It's not a big airport, but every country in North America and every country in South America, I don't know of any country in the world that this is not true for, but every country in the Americas has an airport. Even the tiny Caribbean islands, they all have them. They may be ridiculously tiny. Our airport is many times the size of the Belizean airport in Belize City. That is the smallest one I know of. I'm pretty sure that the airport in Belize City may be smaller than our airport in Leon here. But for international airports that you can fly in from outside of the country, yes, Managua Airport, MGA, is the big international airport here in Nicaragua. Big is in parentheses. Jesse says, how feasible is buying land out there? Out there, Nicaragua, out here, Leon, out here, Sutiava, where we are filming, Sutiava, where we are filming. Como tú dices, Sutiava.
Sutiava.
Aburrida. Hay una otra letra antes de Sutiava.
Sutiava.
Sí, cuando fue vieja. Ahora no hay, pero en la señal, en la iglesia, es la Sutiava. How feasible? So basically anywhere buying land here is about the easiest thing you could possibly imagine. There's going to be exceptions, obviously, but Nicaragua, it's a giant country, right? Think France. It's the same size as New York. The state, which is a pretty big place, so similar to Pennsylvania, similar to Ohio. So think about something that size, but then the population is 7 million, which is a tiny fraction of any of those states. They each have a single city bigger than that. Obviously, New York City is bigger than that. But like the Cleveland Metro is bigger than that. The Philly Metro is bigger than that. The New York Metro is bigger than that. So to have an area that big with fewer people in it than a single metro in any of those same locations in the U.S., there's a lot of space. Because you think, is there land available in Pennsylvania? Of course, there's a ton, right? There's always something. So here, much more. Plus, the cost is lower just because of economics. And so that's if you're looking at the whole country. If you come out here to Leon, we're in the west. This is actually a pretty lowly populated part of the country. We're certainly not the least by any stretch, but we are not a heavily populated portion of the country. We're quite figuratively the Wild West. And so we have two good-sized cities surrounded by a whole bunch of empty farmland or tilled farmland. But there's not people living out there, just large swaths of farming community. So buying land out here is incredibly easy. If someone wanted to send me $2,000 and say, let's do a game, how fast can you buy an acre of land, that would be a fun game. I'm not going to waste $2,000 of my own money to do that. But if someone wants to give me or come up with some number, 2,000, 3,000, you just want to experiment and come up with some rules. It has to be an acre, it has to be large enough to put a house on, it has to be so close to something, you can only have so many constraints. And then we say, how fast can we get someone to take this money for land? Let's go do that. That would be a freaking hilarious episode. We'd run around with cameras, run to a bunch of places, and be like, dude, you've got this spot, I want it. I got $3,000 with your name on it. Cash now today. Let's do this, right? I want to know how many days it would take to have that happen. That would be hilarious, right? And then we could do another challenge. We have $10,000. We have to build a house on this little spot or something, right? Yes, after all this, I would get that money and have a little tiny house that I built from all this. So yes, I would be making money from this little adventure, but it would be a fun adventure. You guys would really like the content. But yeah, no, it was like, I bet we could find land in under 6 hours, right? If we had a car and people ready to go, 6 hours, we'd have a spot purchased. Mr. Sammy says, I'll take that tilapia, but I might have to chase it with a Drago de Chlorine. Edwin says, food places like Eskimo, Subway, and Tip Top already are operating. I'm guessing, Edwin, that's Eskimo ice cream and not El Eskimo, the steakhouse. Carl's Jr. expected to open its doors at Plaza Naciones Unidas very soon. That's, for those who have not figured it out, that's United Nations Plaza. Anna says, sintiéndome. Oh, it's spelled differently. That's why I was mispronouncing it as sintiéndome. Entiendo ahora. MBA, are blueberries rare in Nicaragua? They don't grow here, but they come in frozen bags. So you get them in pretty easily with effort, right? Like if you go out to find blueberries, you will find blueberries, but they will almost always be frozen and expensive. But they're not like an exotic thing you can't get. So if we're going to order jugoso, then a great number of batidos, smoothies, here in country come with blueberries. It is a standard ingredient in things that Nicaraguans eat all the time. But they are expensive, they are not the default, and they come frozen and are normally mixed into things. But we have cocktails like blueberry daiquiris are a thing you can get here. They come in desserts, but it's uncommon. Are there particular types of produce you wish was more readily available in Nicaragua that you could easily get in the U.S.? Oh, there's so much. Number one is definitely lemons, which we can get here, but I want lemons every day, not just once in a while. They're probably the only fruit that I really want every day because I put them in cocktails and stuff, and desserts and hummus and like really basic things. But apples are available here, but they're expensive and not very good because they're like the rejects shipped in from the U.S. Pears, I don't really miss pears that much, but I like pears. They're difficult to get. I really miss real oranges. We do get tangerines and we get grapefruit products, but we don't get oranges here. That's the one I meant to say. The word that here, there's no word for orange here. The word for orange in Nicaragua means grapefruit, small grapefruit that looks kind of like an orange. And so Nicaraguans have no idea that there's such a thing as oranges. The average Nicaraguan, and I mean truly the average, the median Nicaraguan in economic position, so like Marcela is aware of oranges because she's around foreigners who are very aware of oranges. But a median income Nicaraguan making probably up to pretty close to $1,000 a month, which is well into solid middle class, will typically be unfamiliar with what an orange is. Now, if you have Nicaraguans who travel internationally, typically they've encountered them. But they don't always know why what they use the term for is wrong. They're just like, boy, these are different. And they forget that different probably means literally different and not just seemingly different. And so that's a big thing. They're often like, oh, our oranges just suck, but that's not what's going on. It's that they don't have oranges here. So that's a big one. So I really miss oranges. I really miss lemons. A good selection of high quality apples. We get strawberries here without a problem. Blueberries we get frozen. I love blueberries. I wish we had a lot more. I don't miss cranberries, like whatever. I wish we had more raspberries because like raspberries, blackberries, I like those. So I'd like more of them. What am I not thinking of? More or less, all the fruit that if there's a fruit in America that doesn't seem exotic, we don't have it. But most of that fruit I don't worry about. We do get grapes here, but it's not as good as the U.S. Being from the South, all I grew up with was catfish and flounder. Flounder can be okay. Catfish, I'm not a huge fan. You can make like fish fingers out of catfish. You can replace catfish here with ray. Yay. Tiffany says they call it the dirty water fish, and it's pretty much farmed, and really bad info came out on tilapia. Oh, did it like disappear from the market because it was just bad for things? James says, have tried orange roughy fish from New Zealand. It's nicknamed poor man's lobster. Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard it called poor man's lobster. I grew up with, my mother was addicted to orange roughy, and I'm not a big fan of lobster, but she, like my father, was absolutely addicted to lobster, and she made orange roughy all the time, and it's one of those fish I never want to have again. Did not like it. So that explains some things. That might be the overlap. I like some things with lobster, don't get me wrong. A good lobster roll, it's amazing. Mr. Sammy says, I love Eskimo. The taste is very unique. I've only tasted their recipe only in Nicaragua. It's not only in Nicaragua, Mr. Sammy, but it's, so Eskimo is a type of product. It's also in Nicaragua a company. So this is confusing. The reason that it's called Eskimo here is because what they make is Eskimo ice cream. And just like spiny-tailed lobster isn't lobster, Eskimo ice cream isn't ice cream. So Eskimo ice cream is a specific vegetable product, and spiny-tailed lobster is a crayfish. So that is why you don't taste it other places, is because most places absolutely detest what it tastes like. If you grow up with it and it's your native flavor of frozen dessert, pueden escuchar. Now the dog's scared. Let me know if you heard the thunder. So if you grow up with it, absolutely there's nothing wrong with sweetened whipped vegetable oil. But if you, like most Americans, grow up with sweetened whipped dairy cream, the vegetable oil thing really hits you strangely. Ella tiene mucho miedo. Oh, lo siento. Oh, the poor baby. She has to be held. She doesn't know what to do. She's so scared. Oh. Oh. Hi, baby. She's just shaking and shaking. She has never liked any storms at all. She's like, I told you a storm was coming. You didn't believe me. You didn't protect me from the storm. If you go to, I believe Alaska ice cream comes out of Costa Rica, and they make an Eskimo ice cream that is, it's also very similar, but no one here buys it because we have local. But regular ice cream we get imported from Costa Rica because you really can't make it locally. MBA says, where is the second airport being built? In Managua. Yes, so it's. Some people think it's going to replace Managua Airport. I don't believe so. I think it's going to be a secondary airport. Well, it's going to become the primary airport for sure. It's going to be the long-haul airport with the runway able to handle the long-haul flights from Colombia, Peru, Spain, if we're really lucky, Istanbul and stuff like that. If we're super duper lucky, we'll end up with flights from, Seoul or Manila or something. But that's such a long shot. However, with our relationship with China, it's not out of the question that a weekly flight from Shanghai couldn't come in. But that seems like a pipe dream realistically. But if we could just get Madrid, Bogota, and Lima, we would totally revitalize the country. And because we do accept flights from Conviasa, there is some chance that we would be taking Conviasa flights, which would be amazing. Like, game changer for me for sure. So Conviasa is very high on my flight path wish list. That's the direct flights to Caracas. But it is going up at Punta Huete, which is the peninsula just north of the city, poking south out of the north side of Xolotlan, and San Francisco is the port of San Francisco, is just southwest of the airport. So the runway's already there. You can go look at a satellite view, or if you're flying into Managua, look out your window really carefully. Look for a tiny India-shaped peninsula, and 2/3 of the way down the peninsula, there's a giant runway capable of handling nuclear bombers. That is the Punta Huete airport construction site. Every time I go to Nicaragua, I love eating nispero. This is Elvis Gonzalez. I have not had nispero. Nispero?
¿A dónde?
Nispero. Es una comida.
Níspero.
Níspero. ¿Cuál es? We stumped the Nicaraguan.
Es que pienso que no sabes.
Yeah.
Pero voy a buscar una foto. A mí me gusta.
Oh, okay. She's had it. Managua Airport, Bluefields, Corn Islands, let's go. There's a lot more than those, but only so many are you actually able to usefully fly to. If you have a private plane, you can go all kinds of places. Oh, it's a fruit. Es una fruta.
Sí.
Oh. Okay, let's look up what níspero is in English. Sometimes they have common words and sometimes they don't. Loquat. Okay. Yeah, we have that in English. It's loquat. Never, that I'm sure, have I eaten loquat. but it's probably good. It is one of the rose fruits, so it's related to apples, for example. The majority of fruits that North Americans eat are rose fruits, and it is one of them. But it is one that is common to China, and Japan does grow it. So probably quite good, but a little bit exotic here. But that's cool that we have it. Quiero. Quiero probar.
Quizás mañana podemos comprar.
Ah, sí. Es en la familia de manzanas. Pero es de China. ¿Es pequeño?
¿Algo? No, tampoco.
Oh,
Más
okay.
o menos.
Okay. ¿Es temporada?
No sé.
Okay. A little bit warm. I'm gonna take the hat off for a little bit. If you don't know why I'm wearing the hat, you can watch rewatch the beginning where I go through a whole spiel about why I have a hat on today. Mr. Sammy, Cola Shaler Sabana Grande is also unique and exclusive to Nicaragua. Aprovecha and drink a lot of it. I've never had Sabana Grande, but Cola Shaler I've had. I don't want to try it again. I do like their ginger ale, though. Jesse says, I would imagine it would be a place we could build a house. Do you mean Nicaragua? Yeah, absolutely. We all have houses here. Like, loads of space. Everything's cheap, lots of space. And it says, is Leon growing in a specific direction? It is. It's so. Well, I should finish reading. Towards Managua North, or towards the Pacific, the beach, or towards Chinandega. The easy answer is towards Chinandega. Managua's far enough away. I mean, we're a growing city, right? So there's a tiny bit of growth in every direction. But like the number of houses I've seen on the beach side, I don't know, 2. The number, so towards the beach side, we've seen like a house or 2 over the years. On the Managua side, we've seen, a development has popped up. On the Chinandega side, it's like, yes, that's where the city's expanding, right? Like, clearly a new highway's going to come in over here. Oh, there's new whole neighborhoods coming in spots we didn't know. So Chinandega is the only thing that's really close to us. And so the connector between us and Chinandega is pretty heavily trafficked and populated. And it's a nice area. So growth, I would say, leans towards the north, but it's not like we're shrinking in other areas, right? Just of interest, Loqua is literally Cantonese for black orange. I'm not exactly sure why black orange was a word for a thing that's very light orange, but if you've heard of orange is the new black, apparently this is the fruit that goes with that. Or if you're into that kind of color LUTs. Jesse says, I have a couple of sports cars that are my babies. How hard would the transport be, you think? So sports cars, we talk about this a bit. We have a number of videos about this. Not so much sports cars, but imports. ¿Todo bien?
Sí.
Okay.
Subiendo más eventos.
Sí. And for those who don't know, Marcela works for Nicaragua, so if anyone wants to see the work she's doing, go check out nicaragua.com, nicaragua.com. She helps to manage the events and stuff that go on over there and trains businesses to use the system and so forth. Anyway, so importing cars, you have a couple different things. You have the transport, like what does it actually take to get a car here? What would you do with it once it's here? What are your real goals? Do you really want to? How do you want to think about your life? So let's start with, can you drive those sports cars? Can you give us an idea of what those? Actually, I'm going to ask some questions. Why do you really want them? I mean, I love cars. Trust me, like it's a thing. Cars are cool. I'm with you. I had a collectible 1988 RX-7 convertible. And it wasn't just an amazing car that I love to drive. It's also the car I took my wife on our first date in. It was my excuse to take her out car. And we kept it for our entire marriage through both kids. And then sold it to move here, right? More or less. So I get it. But And I've had some collectible other Mazdas, and we had a BMW convertible sports car, and I really like convertible sports cars. I'm totally with you on how much I love cars and stuff. What are you picturing your life being like in having those sports cars here in Nicaragua? That's the first thing. How much money are you prepared to spend to be able to keep cars you already own is another. And do you have the right to, and how old are they? Do you have the right to have sports cars here? Absolutely. Do you have the right to bring in cars that were not made for here, not conditioned for here? Absolutely. You have a lot of flexibility about what you can do, but doing what is outside the norm is generally ill-advised in most cases, always an exception, and it's not something that Nicaragua is going to encourage you to do. They're going to punish you for it. In some cases, a lot. Mostly, you are going to get caught in the punishment of other people. Like, a bunch of people tried to do silly things, and they're going to punish you for that. There's a video, I think it comes out tomorrow. Someone wants to import a 1975 RV. Nicaragua will intentionally destroy their lives to make sure that they don't do that. They will cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars to avoid letting them do that. But they won't make a rule that they absolutely can't do that. But they're going to make anyone who tries so incredibly sorry. You're not their target audience, but you may get swept up into that destruction if you're not careful. So be aware. But fill in the things that I asked, and I'll get back when you respond to that, and I'll catch up on these other things. Eleonora says, thank you for answering my questions. You're most welcome. Tom says, Scott, which is your favorite hat? Oh, it scrolled again. They've got to get this fixed. I know it's tough because of the way it adds stuff. What is your favorite hat, Imperial or the one with the rooster you wear? I really like, my Imperial's not my favorite by any stretch. I do like it. It's a nice hat. I really like my Scott Allen Miller black hat. I really like my white one, but I never wear them because I sweat from my head a lot. So I have to be in a condition where I'm like very, very cold and dry, and then I'll wear the white one because I just... my head sweats. Even when I'm comfortable, my head sweats. My favorite currently of all my hats are probably my black one, my Gallo Cervecería. I'm looking at it with the big orange rooster on it, and it says Guate across the bill. It's hard for you guys to see that one. They're all out of my reach. And my blue national soccer team one, I really like that one. I really like my bright pink and gray Flor de Caña. That one's really cool. I've got a lot that I really like. My orange Gallo is one of my favorites. For a while, it was my favorite, and I want to get a matching olive one up in Guatemala. Or if someone who's in Guatemala right now wants to bring one back, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you know who you are. Mr. Sammy says, I have a níspero tree on my property. I don't like them. I give them away, and my family and friends. Oh, well. Marcela would like some níspero. Lindana says, yay, a guest house for all of Scott's new friends and expats to come visit. But it says, we call oranges China. Okay. Mr. Sammy says, yes. Buy a property that you can add a guest house. That way they can stay there instead of inside your house. They will feel more private, kind of like Cabanas de Montelima or Selva Negra. So what we did to tackle that problem is, one, we do have guest house here on property. That's a separate building just out back. Now, we didn't build it, right? But it's part of our house. And so we actually have guest quarters out there. We found that we did use it for a while, and then found it less than practical. We now use one of them as part of the house maintenance stuff, and one is currently unused, but I'm constantly trying to figure out how to turn it into a guest room because I think that that's actually what makes sense. But we have guest rooms inside the house that get used pretty often. For example, La Marcelita likes to stay in we call the guest room the gymnasium, el gimnasio, pero es un cuarto de huéspedes. There's no gymnasium in there, but it was, at some point, it was called the gymnasium by the owners of the house, and it's just its name. And then, 100% coincidentally, our friend left some free weights here, and I stuck them in there. And so it does have some weights in it
no connection to the fact that people call it the gymnasium, and you never use the weights in there. The actual weights are sitting here on the floor beside me because I use them in here. So I don't know. But we do have guest space in the house, and that gets used because it's just way better. And like if someone needs to stay in the house, it makes sense that they need to be in the house. And we then have the apartment that I talked about just down the street. So if someone needs to come into town and stay, but we don't want them in the house and they want to have some autonomy, then we have a 2-bedroom apartment right down the street that's really, really easy to go to and from, but it's a completely private apartment that has been rented out on Airbnb by us previously. When some people were in and wanted to stay for a few weeks, we were like, I guess it's available, yeah, and rented it out for a bit. So it is completely self-contained, and so it's an apartment with a kitchen and living room and multiple bedrooms, and like it's outfitted to actually be able to use, and it's so affordable that that's an option. Okay. That's a really nice thing to have. But having a guest house here, because you will have people visit quite often, most likely, is pretty nice. So a lot of people build something akin to a guest house on their property, for sure. Oranges, property. Butters, you must be Puerto Rican if you call oranges China, am I right? He is not, he's Nika. But I've never heard them called that before. James says, since tariff with states, Morocco oranges are now common in Canada. Oh, interesting. How are they, James? Do they compare with Florida oranges? Butters says, pears? Valentina, hola! Butters, we call monkfish poor man's lobster. Okay, so I have not had monkfish in a really long time. Once upon a time, a long time ago, I can still remember when I had a roommate who really liked monkfish and kind of styled himself a chef. Now, he and I were both restaurateurs, but neither of us were chefs. And this is my... So he and I were both restaurateurs at the same time. We worked together for a while, and then we were just kind of... We were competitor restaurants in the same city, but like we didn't share the same clientele, so we would help each other, and we were roommates. So I have a lot of good like young trying to be a restaurateur horror stories and stuff, and battle scars and whatever from that time, which was a lot of fun. It was a couple years of what the heck were we thinking kind of life. But my later business partner, the one that helped found the company that I work for now, he and I are we came home one day and our roommate had cooked monkfish all day in the house, but he wasn't there. He like put them in the oven or something, or put them on the stove and did like this slow cook, and somehow didn't realize that they had rotted. And so he had cooked rotted monkfish in the house. We had to move out for days. It was so awful. The word monkfish turns my stomach all these years later. Mr. Sammy, cars are tricky and a pain, but it can be done. I hope your pockets are deep and you don't mind the runaround to get everything done. Yeah, assume waiting years.
Es un nuevo lugar.
Wait, is hoy? Ocho.
Es un lugar nuevo.
Oh.
Restaurante argentino.
Argentino? Brazos de Sur.
Carretera Nueva León.
¿Dónde fue el panorama? Ah, panorama cerrado. Y ahora es... Oh. Watch the video on Jerry importing his truck. It took over a year, and his wife is Nicaraguan. He had loads of experience, and it still took over a year. Anna Jones says, bitter oranges are in Nicaraguan recipes. Yes, that's correct. Bitter oranges, not oranges. Bitter oranges, like I mentioned, are grapefruits. And they are in everything, because grapefruits are everywhere here. The pomelo family is well represented in Nicaragua, to the point where there's so many of them that they start using the words for oranges to refer to the grapefruits. And so, yeah. So in recipes, it does actually matter, because any recipe that needs a real orange flavor, they don't work. Orange juice doesn't work. You have to sweeten it, and you don't sweeten orange juice, right? But bitter oranges, because they're like grapefruit, you sweeten. If you need orange zest, They don't have orange zest. Like, they're different species completely. But the most important thing is that oranges do not interact with normal medications, but grapefruits do. Grapefruits are very dangerous for people with heart conditions because many heart medications interact with the grapefruit family. Many expats come to Nicaragua and are convinced by the locals that there are oranges to eat and are fed them without being told that they are bitter oranges or grapefruit, not oranges. And quite often they are sugared or put into barbecue stuff. And so many expats get exposed to grapefruit who are told by their doctors they're not supposed to have it. And no one in Nicaragua will tell them because no one in Nicaragua is aware of grapefruits because they use the word orange for grapefruit, so they're generally unaware of grapefruit. Luco says, hey Scott, my wife will be driving down with my big dogs. Which border is the safest and fastest? Honduras or El Salvador? El Salvador is going to be the safest and fastest. I've been watching videos and it looks like a nightmare. Border crossings are always a nightmare because they just suck. I have done the Nicaragua, Honduras. So you don't come by boat, realistically, with a dog. Can you? You can talk to Gecko and find out if they can bring... but if you have a car, what are you going to do with it? I think you have to drive. So be aware, you do have to cross Honduras, but it's 3 hours or whatever. It's very fast. And that part of Honduras is very safe. If you try to skip El Salvador, you go through quite dangerous Honduras, which is still doable. Obviously, they don't murder the average person. But it's an unnecessary hassle, and Honduras is the big mess of Central America. Trust me, I love Honduras, but when you're comparing it to the others, it's a very different place. So you're going to want to come through El Salvador. So you're going to come out of Guatemala City, come down straight through El Salvador. You can drive either the main cities in the highlands, or you can drive by the coast. And then you're going to cross into Honduras. I'll bring up a map. I can't show you guys the map because I don't know what I'm doing, but I will look real quickly and tell you where you're crossing. But it's all very straightforward. Like, if you look at a map, it's very clear that the normal path is going to be coming in on the Pan American, right? You're going to bring Central America 1 through San Salvador, through San Miguel, into La Union, then it turns north, and then it crosses into Honduras at El Amatillo, where it becomes CA1. Again, they just changed the name. And then you're just going to follow CA1 straight through Honduras, pretty much hugging the coast, and then you're going to cross into Nicaragua. So, importantly, CA1 will turn on you when you, not figuratively, when you're in Choluteca. CA1 will suddenly go off east. You do not continue on CA1 east to Tegucigalpa. You turn right onto CA3. You want the Tegucigalpa bypass. So we just call it the bypass. You come down on CA3. That is going to bring you to the Guasaule crossing here in Nicaragua. Trust me, you want to cross a Guasaule. Crossing at Los Manos in the mountains is not a good experience. Mostly because they have no idea what to do with you and it will all fall apart. But Guasale is a tourist crossing. You will then cross into Somotillo, which is a tiny little place, but if you need to stop for gas, food, lodging for the night, you are safe. You're in Nicaragua, you are safe. You are safe as long as you are in El Salvador. You are safe. Honduras, they're not going to hunt you down in the street. But let's be realistic. Enter Honduras after 6 a.m., but in the morning. Drive through, feel free to stop for lunch in Choluteca or in a very clear tourist stop along the road, and just get to Guasale and get into Nicaragua late in the morning. Get your lunch in Nicaragua. Get it over with. Make sure that anything that can go wrong has plenty of time for you to get into Nicaragua. Once you're in Nicaragua, you are safe. Somotillo, completely fine. You're going to be like, this is a middle of nowhere, nothing. Yeah, probably not the place to stop, but if you need to, you can. Just bring 3 down. It's going to take you around the volcanoes. And there's 2 different paths, but I'm pretty sure sticking on 3, and it's going to bring you into the outer circle of Chinandega. Once you're in that circle of Chinandega, you're very, very safe. You can go around to the east side. If you're looking at a map of Chinandega, everything on the east-facing side of that highway is fancy, rich Chinandega. It's Barrio Montserrat. That's and it the Fundación Chinandega, Ferellones, Hotel Los Partoles. It's gonna be more expensive than most of Nicaragua, but you're also in very, very rich. Like super safe, nothing to worry about whatsoever on that beltway around Chinandega. If you want to keep on going, you can come on to Leon. All of Leon is safe. But that part of Chinandega, absolutely safe, nothing to worry about. So those are places to get. And then you can get out of the car and be like, okay, we did the drive, we're in Nicaragua, all is well. Algo, pero no sé qué. Yeah. It just thinks, oh, that thunder, yeah. Tiffany says, I thought it was someone pushing or pulling furniture. Yeah, it's a bit. She needs a big thunder vest. Oh, she does need a thunder vest. She has one. It's La Marcelita. Those thunderstorms in El Norte de Nicaragua are very intense. Feels like the wrath of God. He got the heebie-jeebies. Oh, she does. Anna Jones, I love nísperos. So sweet. Tan dulce. Fruit caramel tasting. Interesting. Travis says the brown fruit. Yeah, tons in Jamaica. Sapodilla. Oh, I don't really have the nestberry. There's a lot of things I don't have. Tiffany, that's how Jamaicans call it. Oh, I see. Anna Jones says nísperos look like kiwi on the outside, but so different, so sweet. Oh, yeah, I don't really like kiwi. That would turn me off if it looked like that. I'd probably think that's what it was. Gypsy Traveler, I see that the minimum wage in Nicaragua is variable depending on the type of work and also the location, ranging from 165, basically unheard of, but yes, to 360, also pretty much unheard of, does seem correct. What percentage makes minimum wage around León? ¿Cuánto por ciento hace el salario mínimo en León? I don't know. ¿Es posible la mitad? ¿La cuarto? ¿Cuatro?
¿Cómo?
20%? ¿30%?
No tengo idea.
We really don't know. At or near minimum wage, though, I mean, it's a lot. It could be half. La mitad es posible.
No sé.
It's a lot. Hassan is here. ¿Qué tal, mis gentes? Tiffany says, OMG, I tried something called kiwi berries. That sounds like something you end up with after eating too many kiwis. Tiffany says, it was spectacular. Oh, it was a good thing. I thought it was a bad thing. I need to know, what is a kiwi berry? Where does it come from? Hassan says, what's good, Scott? Hope all is well. Big up. Appreciate those videos. Dia Kachimba. Jesse says, we are Rotary Brothers. Oh, you have RX-7 or RX-8s? Very nice. We do have Mazdas here, but no Rotaries. I've never seen a Rotary in the country, ever. Mr. Sammy, hola primo Hassan. Mariel is here. Hello, Scott. Greetings from Phoenix, Arizona. Suddenly I have Route 66 in my head. Mr. Sammy says, yes, that's a good tip. Bring lots of baseball caps. Nicaraguans love caps. They are great for gifts. And for me. People get me baseball caps all the time. If you're getting gifts for Nicaraguans, get Scott Al Miller Vlog baseball caps with the logo we call the El Goguense. Like is like. I like that hat too. Travis says, in your opinion, what would a bilingual tutor cost us per month? Someone to work through U.S.-based online school with our kids. I know my limits and my patience and homework with the kids isn't it. In your opinion, what would... Well, okay, Travis, so bilingual tutor per month... U.S.-based online school. So basically a tutor to sit with your kids and be kind of an in-person... So are we talking like full-time person? Or are you talking less than that? Well, okay, so let's talk about that. If you wanted a full-time person and you knew the right people, I'll talk about my friend who was a teacher. She was a teacher in Chinandega, bilingual, and was making that $165 a month because that minimum wage applies to teachers. Not maybe the old teachers, but to a young one. If you can find someone who's a good teacher in the public school system or is about to be a good teacher in the public school system, and is going to make teaching minimum wage, is about to have to put up with a bunch of BS of, and I don't mean politics, but work politics, right? My boss says that this, 2 + 2 = 5, and I can't show that it equals 4 because they're the boss, and I'll never keep my job if I don't keep them happy type politics, right? Or they make me bring in, potato salad every Friday because they like my potato salad, and they make my life miserable if I don't cook for everybody, right? Like whatever. Office politics are terrible. Imagine not having to put up with that, not having to make the worst money ever, not having these terrible, unpredictable school schedules, and not having to pay for your own supplies, because teachers here, even at minimum wage, are expected to supply supplies for their students. It is painful. So you could, in theory, find someone who's young and frustrated or about to start teaching and be frustrated and be like, hey, guess what? I'm going to pay you $250 a month. I'm going to give you, if this is like my house, you can live in a small room out back during the week. And if you don't want to be here on weekends, feel free to go stay with your family, do whatever you want to do, but you have a place if you want to stay. You don't have to leave, but if you want to stay, you could be a live-in tutor. And all you have to do is tutor our 1, 2, 3, 4 kids, whatever you have. Help them with you're not even their teacher. You're just their assistant to help them with the stuff that they're doing. And it's a full-time job. And for $250, and we supply your meals. Like, you just created the most amazing teaching job, right? They're making significantly more money. They don't have to live at home. They get to have a much more relaxed job. Like, you just changed someone's life at $250, someone who was going to be a full-time teacher. So that's an example. I just got a tiny guest house. I used to have a cuidador a while back that was morboso. Lo usaba para meter las chavalas de barrio. Larry says, Dominican Republic calls oranges China. Weird. Well, they're right next to each other. But Mr. Sammy says, traer bastante gorros de USA, de IIUU. Todo mundo quiere uno. Te lo roban. Gypsy says, Luco, the border of El Salvador does not connect with Nicaragua. You need to look at a map. Yeah. Mr. Sammy says, si quieres un vehículo, I recommend checking out Encuentro 24 Nicaragua. They have a section para vehículos y motos. Richard Johansson, interesting fact, red grapefruits were actually created through a nuclear radiation farming experiment after World War II. It's an interesting subject and is still done in Japan to develop new fruits and veg. Oh, that's weird. Interesting. Sin Rodeo, what's up? ¿Cómo estás? Todo bien. ¿Cómo estás, Sin Rodeo? Dora says, hi, Travis. We pay $15 an hour USA. Great teacher. We are currently in Toronto. Online logs once to twice a week with my kids. She teaches at private school in Managua. $15 an hour? Holy cow. So in half a week, you're paying for an entire salary more, quite a bit more than someone living in your house full time. Now, private school teachers will make a little bit more, but not likely $300 a month. ¿Cuánto ganó una maestra en una escuela privada?
Depende de la escuela.
Sí. Pureza, Calzans.
No sé. Pero, no sé. Quizás 10,000. O el mínimo.
Oh, 10,000. Córdoba. 10,000. Sí.
O quizás
Sí.
el mínimo.
Yeah. So
Depende.
So maybe 300 would be a teacher's salary at a really top private school. But that's a lot more than the public schools in most cases, right? But in some private schools, they just want the better conditions or they want different students, and so they may make under 200. Then Donna says, Luca, what is the breed of your 170-pound dog? Gypsy says, so what is the average minimum wage around Leon? We always state the minimum wage these days. When we first got here, we always said like 185. Now we say like 210, 215. Obviously, it varies by industry, so that's why we just kind of have a number. But that's about what we think. It's industries that are getting close to $300 or the high 200s. They aren't things you interact with. They're like specialty industries. So they're very rare. But like food service comes in right, like the people you normally interact with in real life come in very close to 200. There are a lot of people you interact with in real life that have government jobs. They're different because they often have extensive benefits or requirements, and so they could be all over the place. So like police don't have super high salaries, but they also have places to live, but those places to live are terrible, so it's almost a punishment. It varies, but like we have friends who are police. It's definitely not a high paying job until you get pretty high up, and then it gets to be, it can be quite a lucrative job, but you have to be very much somebody and not like a beat cop kind of thing. So they fall into very much the same price range as other people. Average minimum, a son, Mr. Sammy, Mariel Lal. Yes, Route 66. Travis says, thanks, Doris. Thanks, Scott. Yay, chat is caught up. It is. I just caught up on the chat as he said that. That's very funny. We've had 237 views so far. We've got 41 people on right now. We are only 2 hours into the show, and we have the very lovely and talented La Marcelita here today. For those, this is while we're waiting for people to catch up, a couple items I'm sure all of you are aware, but La Marcelita does have stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. She's been fighting cancer now for almost a year, since July, so it's May now. We had her in the hospital trying to figure out what was wrong in July, so it's been over 10 months for sure. So she's been going through chemotherapy since January. She has, I think, 5 más sesiones?
Cuatro.
Okay, so 4 more sessions, 1/3. Ocho, ya, y 4 más. Okay, so she's done 8. She has 4 more out of 12, obviously. Chemotherapy sessions that she has to do. She is, for those who don't know, she's a single mother with 2 children living in Managua at the moment. She lives here in Leon, but because of her chemotherapy, she really has to be in Managua quite a bit of the time, because that is where the current oncology center is located. There is a new one coming here to Leon, but not in time for what she needs. And so she is being treated there and goes back and forth. And so she has a lot of expenses going back and forth. Her kids were enrolled in private school here in Leon. She had just gotten about halfway through moving into her new house here in Leon when we figured out something was wrong, and she started really looking into things. So that went on hold and never ended up finishing. So all of her stuff did eventually move. Her house in Ciudad Sandino was given up, but all that was done while she was sick. It was very, very difficult. And so her kids, though, had to switch to a private school in Managua so that they can spend most of their time with her mother and her sister and their cousins, and try to get help there. However, there's no one to be full-time with them there either. So she is constantly back and forth. Her kids are back and forth, but their life is here, but their school is there temporarily. So a lot of expenses and things. And so we have a GoFundMe for Marcela to help with just all the things that come with dealing with chemotherapy and all the treatments and stuff. The healthcare is taken care of almost entirely by the government and the systems. There is a little bit that she does have to pay because she is technically a foreign employee, but it's extremely little and very flexible. But the ancillary stuff, right, like dealing with her kids and getting them to school and all that, is not covered in some way by the healthcare system, as you would not expect it to be. And so any help that people can provide really does make a really big difference for her and her family, her kids. Her kids who are watching the show right now, actually, from Managua. Gypsy says, how many expats live around Leon? We really don't know, but I believe the number is south of 1,000. Most of the expats know each other, but there are certainly those that hide. We see people from time to time. We're like, who's this person? Honestly, so the beach very clearly gets a large number of expats, and there are, and in and around Leon, right, is a tough number. Are you including Tránsito? Are you including Salinas Grandes? Are you including Nagarote? Are you including, or do you mean like the city and the immediate surrounds? Do you even mean Las Piñitas? If you were to look at Las Piñitas and Ponaloya, I think that there may actually be fewer than 100 expats. Quizás solo 100 inmigrantes en Las Piñitas, en realidad.
Quizás.
Yeah, so when we get together, we feel like we're a group, right? It's like, man, there's a lot of us. But the reality is I never see more than 30 or 40 together, and at least a couple are from not on the beach. So like if I go to a gathering, am I a beach expat? No, technically I'm a Leon expat that drives into the beach all the time. So it's really uncommon. Now, of course, only so much of a percentage of all the expats will ever get together at one time. But between the beaches together, it seems like 100, maybe 150 in the Leon City beaches. And oh, this poor dog, she's shaking the chair so hard. And she's such a good girl. You're such a good girl. And then here in the city, there's clearly more. But Gypsy says one website says 300 to 400 live around Matagalpa. I would not be surprised. I think Leon is similar, probably more, but we certainly see more. Matagalpa is technically the larger metro area, but we're the larger city. It's all very complicated. But we have the beach, so we draw a lot more. People who aren't doing a ton of research are much more likely to end up in Leon than in Matagalpa. But somewhere between 300 and 1,000, I would say, is the range, with the most likely being around 800, I would think. It's quite rare to run into an expat that we don't know that lives here. But clearly there's ones that we don't know that we don't run into because we just don't run in the same circles or at the same time. So it's a surprisingly small number, but the expats are out on the street all the time. So you're always seeing them because they're just very visible. And we stand out. We're very pale in most cases. Luco says, estamos super chelos. It's muy obvio. Luco says, I have cane corsos. The female weighs 120, but my male weighs 168. Now the question, Scott, is if she goes the El Salvador route, do you have to cross Honduras into El Salvador, then back to Honduras? No, there's no border between Guatemala and El Salvador. That is a huge border between the two of them. El Salvador functions in many ways as a suburb of Guatemala, right? Like San Salvador is so close to Guatemala City that you kind of, I mean, it's really far. It's a drive, but like that, those two metro areas are so big. It's really Santa Ana, that you kind of feel like you're in this constant stretch of heavy population. Obviously, if you're looking at a map, you're like, that's a big distance. Yeah, but it's a big distance with a constant population between them. But if you look at Guatemala and El Salvador, the entire western border of El Salvador is with Guatemala and a little bit of the northern border. Honduras, you'd have to go dramatically out of your way to find a way into Honduras to then get to El Salvador. Oh, now the doggy's all alone. All alone. I'm going to turn you so you can be with me. There we go. There we go. And you're on the show. You're so popular. Everyone loves the dog. Yes. Yeah. This dog is ready for me to take her to BED. Mr. Sammy says, Lo siento mucho, Marcela. Espero que te mejores. She will see it when she gets back. There's the GoFundMe. Tiffany says, Luco, I'm so jealous. King Corsos are my husband's favorite. If you ever have puppies, I must find you. I'm checking out my puppy. He rolled over. Luco says, I'll send you pics. They are really good looking. They are a reverse brindle. Oh. Tiffany says, on WhatsApp. Sure, how would I get the WhatsApp number? You can't send them there. Yeah, join the group on WhatsApp and you can communicate together in there. Red Dog, where is the link to support? Oh, it's just above. Scroll up just a bit, but I'll send it again. There is the GoFundMe. It's also in the show notes. You can always find the GoFundMe in any show's notes, but it is also there. I put it up. A couple combos up as well. Yeah. So, and while we're all here, just a quick reminder, if you have not yet signed up for Nicagram, this is a good time to do so because we can get you approved quickly. It makes it sound like it's a credit application. This is the Instagram kind of vibe, but just for photos and for our Nicaraguan community, whether you're interested in Nicaragua, live in Nicaragua, visiting Nicaragua, gonna be traveling through, whatever, Nicagram is a great place to post your photos and to connect with other people taking photos of Nicaragua, whether it's food or people or street scenes or street dogs, of course, very popular. Cats, whatever. It's a great place to post, and you can post other things too, not just Nicaragua. But if you're coming to Nicaragua, post lots of pictures of Nicaragua. Come on, that's what we want to see. Huh, and doggies. Always doggies. Yeah, sometimes always doggies. Are you okay? Do you need a kiss? Come here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, you get kisses. Yeah, you're stinky. And so definitely go sign up. These things are free. Just join the community, be part of the things we do. It's a great place to share things. And then the same thing if you are looking for a Twitter-like experience, but you don't want to deal with the Americanism that is Twitter, then definitely come and check out Nicaloro, which is very similar, also free. Great place to post your status and hook up with other people in the community and follow along with what people are doing, where they're going. I think it's a great way to coordinate meetups and such, follow things of interest, and so forth. So those are both there. Just give them a click and go sign up. Jesse says, I have a couple of twin turbo RX-7s. Oh, that's awesome. I guess it could be a no-go since Nicaragua doesn't want old cars. So old twin turbo RX-7s will qualify under classics rules, but you're going to have a ton of paperwork. And the biggest question is, so those are, like, I'm familiar with RX-7s, right? And twin turbos. Absolutely freaking awesome. Where are you going to drive it? What do you plan on doing with it here? Are you just going to set it up on blocks? Because while we do have good highways, for the most part, we do have surprise rough conditions all over the place. Your ability to drive that car may come to very, very limited. Chris Trinidad says, Scott, hope your doggy is doing well. He is. He's sleeping right over there. I'm watching him. He is licking his foot at the moment. He has recovered nicely. Thank you so much. For those who missed, he was subjected to rat poison yesterday. And thank goodness our housekeeper saw it when she did and instantly recognized what it was and just came running, grabbed me, and everything came together, and we got him to the vet, and they got him an antidote. Quickly, he was already going into shutdown when we got him to the vet, so it was a near thing. For those who don't know, typical rat poison will kill a dog in 3 to 4 hours. It kills a rat in a week, but it kills a dog in 3 to 4 hours. So even if your dog or a cat eats a rat that's had rat poison, they could be dead days before the rat that was poisoned would have died. So it's a common myth that especially people wanting to get out of being in trouble say that it takes a long time for rat poison to kill dogs or children, but that is just a lie that is told by people who put out rat poison in the hopes of not being blamed for having killed somebody or someone's animal. So be aware. If you have a dog exposed to rat poison, it is get the dog in a car and get them. Well, one. Hopefully you have an antidote at home, inject them immediately. If you don't, get them in a car and get them to a vet as fast as you can. Wait for nothing. Traffic, a taxi, you name it, could be the thing that kills your dog. How well are you adjusting to the rain season? I really hate it when it first starts because the humidity goes through the roof and I just sweat like crazy. It's so much hotter than the dry season because of the humidity. I'm so affected by humidity that it just, but I love the rain, but the early rainy season has very little rain and just a lot of humidity for a bit. So this part, blah. Do you see more snakes? We do see more snakes. We just killed a coral snake yesterday. Scorpions. I see so few scorpions, there's no way for me to have a see more. I think the last one I saw was 3 years ago. Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true. The last one I saw near my house was 3 years ago. And it was outside, but I saw one nearby that could have gone into my house. I was walking through Sutiava 3 months ago, so this is pretty recent. I was walking through Sutiava out near, a farm. I was not in the village. I was out in the wild areas, but where there was a sidewalk, And in the darkness, I saw a good-sized scorpion nearly walk over my foot. I was in sandals, which made me take note. But it just ran across the sidewalk, and that was it. But that's one I've seen in the last. Did you hear that too? In the last year or two. But other than that, the last one I remember seeing was out front of our house in La Barrio, which is now the Super Express on 4th in La Barrio. Other than that, most of the things we get are like tiny flying things that annoy you. I did see 2 grasshoppers and a katydid this week. They must be out because of the rain. A frog, obviously. That kind of stuff, like pretty minor in reality, other than like gnats and stuff. They quite a bit of that. We come back in 2 weeks to start renovations on our home. Awesome. Welcome back. Preemptively. James says, I know you can get close to double horsepower on the RX4 by porting and polishing intake and exhaust and removal of the emissions. There's a lot you can do with the right wankle, not the one on the double RX7. You can get 900 horse out of that thing. I am quickly catching up on some messages. I've eaten there, but not the buffet. Looks like one of our computers fried. They always fry. Beers. Trying to keep. Okay, caught up in my other messages. Tiffany says, coral snakes or scarlet snake? You mean you have highly venomous snakes in Leon? Yes, we have coral snakes. I am very cautious of doing anything to a non-dangerous snake, well, anything short of putting it in a bucket and carrying it somewhere safe. We do get king snakes. We do get, I don't think we get scarlet snakes. We get a lot of things that look like coral snakes. Here's the thing. Any place you have a coral snake, you'll have something that looks like a coral snake. So you got to be really careful. Real corals, though, are here. This is a region that has its own coral snakes that are unique to this region. Highly venomous. You do need to be cautious. And yes, my house specifically, because we're pretty snake friendly, is loaded with coral snakes. We do try to get rid of the coral snakes. Normal Nicaraguans will go after any snake because they don't understand that snakes are not dangerous. So that we really, all of our staff know they're not allowed to kill anything that isn't an insect, and apparently not our fumigators. They now know for sure, but I am very, very careful to relocate any snake that I can, and if I have a really safe way to relocate a coral, I will, but I rarely do because I have to be able to take it somewhere, and I have no way to take coral snakes long distances, right? I can't just carry them anywhere. I can't walk far enough to get them someplace safe that it wouldn't be illegal. Jesse says, one childhood memory I have of Nicaragua was monster bugs. We really don't have monster bugs here. It's pretty minor. James says, what is the possibility of your pets coexisting with chickens? Chickens will eat all ants, gnats, etc. I don't know. We want to get chickens when we move to our next place. I'm not really sure why we don't have chickens here. We probably should get them. I like chickens. They're kind of cool in the yard. Like, they're super interesting. And they scare the crap out of people in the dark. So if someone is ever to be like sneak up on you, their chicken in the yard they're like a tiny dinosaur that sneaks up on you. It's pretty funny. Yeah. What is the name of your vet in Houston? Well, I have a lot of vets in Houston. I don't have one that I use in Houston because my animals are never there. Make sure I've got the right link. That sure looks like them. I think my dogs could eventually get along with a chicken. It would take a bit of work. They would at first be very dangerous to a chicken, so I'd be very cautious about it. We really hope when we move to our new place to have chickens and goats, because they just do a lot of maintenance on their own. And you know, chickens are kind of cool. Like I'm not like, whoa, chickens, but you know, they're cool walking around. And goats are super sweet. So having a couple goats that are just friends and play and hang out and have nothing to do, or somehow we get goat milk would be really cool. Because while I don't want to drink goat milk, I do love goat cheese. Tiffany says, yeah, we have the same issue in Florida as much as cane toads. Yeah, loads of cane toads, quite a bit of coral snakes. John Blair, just curious. He didn't have a question. He just wanted us to know that he's just curious. I get it, John. Some days I'm just curious too. Today I'm more tired, but I've had my curious days. I'm being funny assuming that there's a follow-up to that, but maybe there's not. Checking to see if anybody's signed up for Nicoloro Nicogram. Nope. Very disappointed in everyone. You've let me down. That's the moral of the story. Let me down. I also announce when we're on live streams on Nicoloro. Pretty religiously. Not absolutely every time. I try to be good about it. The thunder seems to have passed. She's starting to calm down. Yeah. You can go sleep with the other doggy if you want. He's on your bed. Hey, haha, hey Scott, just curious. What is the current headlines in Nicaragua these days? I'm not even aware of there being headlines in Nicaragua these days. Like, they come by. Let me go. You go see what pops up. See if I can see a headline. There we go. Current headline. This is from, 27 minutes ago. Revolution Square dresses in red, celebrating the 80th anniversary of the victory over fascism. That is... I need to get over there and film that. I never walked through it. Revolution Square. La Plaza de la Revolucion. Let me see if I can find that on a map. Show you guys. Not much of a headline. We put out red lights today. But that's what I like about Nicaragua, is that there is so much just celebrating life instead of headlines of problems. You know, like today we're celebrating pizza, right? Today we're celebrating buses. These are the kinds of things that people should be celebrating in real life. I'm trying to find I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So I did not know because I cannot find this on a map. Oh, there you go. You have to zoom the F in all the way to be able to see that this is Plaza de la Revolucion. And so it is not something that we normally see on the map. I know exactly where it is from the shots, but this very obscure map location in front of the Antigua Catedral de Santiago Apastil is Plaza de la Revolucion. And that is the news right now that they are celebrating the end of fascism there, which seems premature at this point. But going back.
Immediately following that in my news is a meme. I never thought he'd take us back to 1929. Sobs woman who thought she was only voting for someone who'd take us back to 1950. Perfect combination with with the other headline. This is Así es la vida. So that's the only headline I've seen so far today. Wait. Okay, wait. I'm going to read this to people. Someone today asked me if I wanted to read Smash Mouth's All-Star, translated into Aramaic, and then back into English. And here it is. Behold, currently, you are entirely a star child. Begin your power. Go. Laugh. Behold, currently, you are a master of the music. Begin your singing. Acquire your wages. All that sparkles is gold. Comets alone shatter the frame. Oh, there's more. There was one who said unto me that the universe was going to cause me to tremble, that I am not the sharpest cutting implement in the storehouse. She had the appearance unto me as a stupid one, with her finger and her thumb, in the frame of a Greek gamma upon her forehead. Behold, in the shape of an L on her forehead. In the frame of a Greek gamma upon her forehead. Behold, the years begin coming, and do not cease from coming. Fed unto the axioms, and I fell upon the earth and ran. It was not acceptable, if not to live for the sake of pleasurable things. Your brain increases its wisdom, but your heart increases its stupidity. A great amount to do, a great amount to see. Therefore, there is no difficult problem if we take the streets of the backside. You will not know if you do not go. You will not shine if you do not glow. This is what I find while trying to find headlines. Nope, that looks like it. That's it. Revolution Square is lit up red in hope. Okay, hi Scott. This is Renee. Esteli seems more flat, and Matagalpa seems better, more unified, and better looking. I agree. Esteli is definitely more flat, and I don't like flat cities. So that alone is a big negative to me. Esteli's fine. A lot of people love it. A lot of people like flat cities. They're easier to walk, but I like the look of mountainous cities. Luke says, and I have Wi-Fi back. Yay! That was Tiffany. Red Dog. I hear today in the U.S. they are celebrating Christmas shopping. Makes sense. Seems like they should celebrate the memory of Christmas shopping. Tiffany says, click Scott's link in the description or show notes. If I just read Tiffany's notes, it sounds like my own writing. Red Dog says, by Christmas, the shelves will be empty. Oh, I see. Possible. Very possible. Jesse says, that's the reason we want to leave America. Because you can't get Christmas presents? That seems harsh. Scott Hossman is here. Scott, how are your animals not affected by the coral snakes? They are kind of venomous, nasty. So, yeah, coral snakes are kind of venomous. Coral snakes don't generally go after your dogs, and my dogs don't generally go after coral snakes. They've never really interacted. The coral snakes are super shy. The only time we really run into them is when someone is out doing something and disturbs them. So it's normally not a thing. The only time we've really run into other snakes is when they've like gotten into the house, because we leave the house wide open. So if there's snakes, they come into the house. And we've caught them before, but they're not corals that we caught in the house. Thankfully, that would have been annoying. And I just ended up carrying them to a field and letting them go. Like, what do you do with snakes? And he was really pissed at me too. I'm like, seriously, dude? Like, I just carried you. I walked with you to a field to let you go. And it was all like, rah. That is not a real snake sound, just in case. I am in no way good at accents, including snakes. I tried out for the role of the snake in Harry Potter, and they laughed at me. And they're like, you are clearly not a Slytherin. Did I catch up on emails yet? Well, at some point I did. Let me go.
Do I have one from you, Tiffany, that is waiting for a response? Let me go see. Logging in. I've got a few here, but that's junk. That's junk. That's a real one. Not real. Okay, need to respond to that. Someone looking for a remote job. Let me just. I love it when people send me an email. They're like, I have a question. Okay, you could have asked that in the email. Just so you guys know, you don't need to send me an email to ask if you can ask me a question, because you've already asked me the question. If I want to say no, I can say no to the question. Oh, that's a real one. I need to answer that one. I've got a couple to answer. One of them does look like it's to a Tiffany. Oh, is it about what I think it is, Tiffany? That made it sound like it's very personal. It is not. Let me ask Marcela. She's the one that actually knows. Okay. I don't know where she is. Dealing with something. Had relocation consult. Yeah, I just asked Marcela if the information you need is yes or no. Can you talk expound? That needs a comma. Can you talk expound upon the sanctions that the U.S. uses and how they have affected countries such as Cuba and Nicaragua? Merci. Okay, so the U.S. does a lot of sanctions in a lot of interesting ways. So in Cuba, we have much more straightforward sanctions, right? Like, oh, you can't do banking. You're not allowed to move money there. You're not allowed to. A lot of stuff you can't do, right? And so they really like blockade the country, and it's an open, like full-on sanction blockade. So this cripples Cuba from being able to do business with other countries. It cripples Cuba from being able to go places, from get shipments, to have fuel, to have technology and all kinds of stuff. They basically are stuck on an island of their own, physical and metaphysical. Oh, she's not panting anymore. She just wants to stay close to me now and staying on the chair. What a good girl she is. You're all relaxed now. Oh, sweet girl. And this one has been on a chair beside me forever. She spent all of COVID curled up on a chair next to my desk many years ago. 2020. That was 5 years ago. You were little. You were just a youngin'. So here in Nicaragua, it's different. There are sanctions against individuals, but not official sanctions against the country. Wait. Let me read this real quickly to make sure it makes sense. Rene says, have you been to Popoyo Beach? I've not. So many expats go there that it makes it that I know everyone says it's absolutely amazing. I've been nearby, but the Tola region has so many expats that it always makes me just want to avoid it. But I'm told there aren't as many as I think. I need to go down. I definitely want to go film. Like everyone says, it's one of the best beaches. It's Las Penitas, his partner in the south. Hi, Scott. Due to the increasing cost and continuing lack of community in the U.S., I've heard many call it the world's bazaar. Many go to make a buck, but no one wants to stay. Thoughts? That does make sense. I'll come back to that. So here in Nicaragua, the real sanctions are much softer. There's sanctions against people, stopping individual people from successfully doing extensive business and things like that. Certain industries have a lot of pressure on them, but there aren't really strict controls
internationally. Partially because they have nothing to base it on and have already lost in international court and are recognized world over as having been as having committed war crimes against the country, and then ignoring International Court of Justice rulings about war crimes. So anyone who helps the United States in regards to any sanctions is involved in a war crime action because the U.S. has not repaid that for 40 years. So that's not something that anyone wants to be associated with. So the U.S. cannot do the kinds of things with Nicaragua that it does with Cuba. So that protects us in some ways, for sure. But it does other things. Because it is the dominant economic power in the region, it is able to make massive decisions and work through because business in the United States is heavily publicized. This is something that Americans are loath to admit and rarely understand, but all know. And behind the scenes, the government controls nearly every business in America. And to an extent that China would be jealous just how deep the fingers of government are into everyday transactions. Every veterinary office, every medical office, everything everywhere depends on government licensing, contracts, and so forth, and generally through layers and layers of private companies that at the end of the day all depend on government contracts, permissions, and licensing, so that there is always the ability to claim plausible deniability that any discrimination or action that is taken is done for a business need, and the U.S. promotes things like business discretion with customers, so that there's always deniability for an action of what would otherwise be classified as a hate crime or a violation of trading laws. So if you want to, for example, have the government rule out certain types of people, anyone who's over 6 foot tall is not allowed to rent. In this neighborhood, we don't like tall people, right? You can see where this is going. This could apply to any group of people you don't like, but tall people is pretty innocuous. So tall people are not welcome here, but there's laws saying you can't discriminate against tall people. So what do? So you don't make the government actually rent out the buildings. The government ends up seizing the buildings because of some, claimed mismanagement. Someone who was involved had some problems, so the government ends up seizing them. The government then leases the spaces back to landlords who are all, friends of the government, family members or whatever. And then those people have to provide leases to management companies. Those management companies can only maintain those contracts if they put in bids. The bids are taken secretly, so no one knows who all bid on them. So, of course, agencies that work directly and answer to the government secretly are just magically given the bids because there's no way to audit it. Now you have a couple layers, and the government can give a wink to the landlords and say, boy, it would be bad if we had a whole bunch of those tall people move in here. And the landlords, because they're allowed to say, well, we're religiously opposed to tall people, they can go to the management companies and say, you need to make sure that anyone who is tall is blocked from entering the building and not allowed to fill out paperwork, right? And so there's these mechanisms by which the government can essentially ban tall people from living in a neighborhood through very powerful and tight controlled systems. But the law says that the government can't ban tall people, can't discriminate against tall people. But since the government uses a private company, now that private company is just an arm of the government, of course. The government chose a company, gives them the money. It's American tax dollars. It's American property being given to a private company. Now that private company is operating as the government. It is managing public resources. That's not a private company. That is the government. By definition, that is an acting government. And that government is than doing whatever it wants, because the government, the real government, just says, well, they're not the government, so the law doesn't apply to them that oversees the government. You can't, now we are not allowed to have an input as to their religious beliefs. And religiously, they don't believe in tall people. Tall people were the giants. They're the spawns of fallen angels. So tall people aren't allowed. Anyone over 6 foot must be direct spawn from the gates of hell, and so given their evil nature, and you can't ask us to even mention to good, well-meaning religious people that their supposed belief that they came up with, that people over 6 foot tall come from fallen angels, might not be something that they can ban them on. We can't ask them to do that. Their freedom to harm others through their stated religious beliefs, not their actual beliefs, right? Just whatever ones they state and put on paper, is the one thing we can never question. So even if we have laws that say they're not allowed to do those things, this overrides those laws. So it really makes a weird situation in America where basically any action, no matter how awful, is excusable if someone takes the time to codify it under a religious belief. And so the idea that religion exists for the sole purpose of excusing immorality becomes codified into U.S. law. The U.S. law literally codifies that the purpose of religion is to excuse what would otherwise be illegal and immoral. It is the bypass to the laws and ethics of normal life. That's how it functions. You don't need it for other things. And so the U.S. has this mechanism by which they can not obey the spirit of the Constitution and not obey the spirit of democracy. And the American people can be like, you are not allowed to punish a foreign country because we harmed them in a war crime. And we look bad, so you can't take retribution out on them, especially if it hurts us. Because Americans are hurt every time they don't do business with Nicaragua. Because Americans want cheap rum. We're not getting it because of the U.S. holding back shipments. We're not getting cheap sugar because the U.S. is holding back shipments, because it would be cheaper to get sugar from Nicaragua than corn syrup from the U.S. But they don't want that. They want the corn syrup made in the U.S., so they keep the sugar from flowing in at the same rates or whatever, right? It's very easy to see how these things work. And so the U.S. can get sugar from anywhere. So they can just say, nope, we're not going to take it from Nicaragua, or we're not going to take it in high enough volume. Or they can just make customs take a little bit too long, and it isn't practical to bring in sugar that's sat there for so long, or so forth. They have all these mechanisms to slow or harm or block commerce or whatever in the region. And one of the strongest things that they do is they use the visa system to say, well, we have every right to pick and choose who flies through our country. Makes sense? Right? Nicaragua absolutely can give you or deny you a transit visa for coming through Nicaragua. Why can't the U.S.? Well, the difference is there is no transit through Nicaragua. There's no flights transiting through Nicaragua. So that is a moot point. But if you are transiting anywhere in North America, chances are you're going through the U.S. So the U.S. makes a point of making sure that every single person, within reason, every normal transit through North America will pass through U.S. airspace and have to have a U.S. transit visa. Now, most people going to or from Canada do have a U.S. transit visa. There's often mechanisms in place to make it pretty simple. But if you're a Nicaraguan and you want to go to the U.S. or Canada, you have to have a U.S. transit visa. So the U.S. can basically block access to all of North America. It's a massive market. So the majority of the Western Hemisphere north of the equator is controlled by a single visa source, the United States. So if Nicaragua decides to shut off Nicaraguan airspace to Americans, no one would even notice unless you're trying to come to Nicaragua. People going to Honduras wouldn't notice. People going to Panama wouldn't notice. People going to Costa Rica would only notice that the flight took 10 extra minutes. That is it. No one would have a transit problem. No one would have to do anything. And this is not some big government effort to fix a Nicaraguan, thorn in the side. This is the airlines would just solve it without even mentioning it. It would just be so easy. But flip that, and America, by blocking the majority of the continent to Nicaraguans under normal circumstances and limiting their access for banking, limiting, slowing, raising cost, their access for any number of things, means that not only are they cutting off essentially all low-cost flights in the region, most of the low-cost flights around the region go through Miami. The U.S. has maintained and this is a brilliant business decision, right? They put a great effort into having the main hub for the Caribbean be in Miami. But that means the entire Caribbean is dependent upon U.S. transit visas for access to their own region. And Nicaragua, being in the Caribbean, is subject to that. And so, yes, there are ways around it by flying to Havana on Conviasa at great expense, by flying to Panama on Copa at reasonably high expense, right? And going the wrong directions and going really difficult ways. But so the U.S. is able to, with great difficulty, punish an individual Nicaraguan with great power, but with no effort at all, absolutely cripple and crush the average Nicaraguan to an extent that it is unnecessary to target anyone individually. For example, if you, like they did when I was at university, if they wanted to make sure that white students had an advantage, because they weren't allowed to technically do that, they ensured that they gathered enough information and did things to make sure that everyone who wasn't a white student was put into special housing and special classes and special schedules and so forth. And they simply grouped people by codes in the computer so that they were housed together, and then made class schedules based on your housing arrangements. So they did thing after thing. So if you paid any attention, it was absolutely clear that your race, as marked on a form when you went to university, determined your class eligibility. But it wasn't direct and went through a number of steps. And we all knew one or two minority students who didn't mark themselves as minorities and snuck into, without knowing, they simply didn't want any advantages being given to them, snuck into white-only groups. And all the white students are like, hey, good for you for not, trying to take advantage of a minority advantage. But the reality is they were put into the hard classes, but they were the good classes with the good professors. They were treated the same as everyone else. So they were able to sneak through the system, and the school then used that as proof that they weren't discriminating. But of course they were discriminating, because they didn't need to stop every minority student from getting through the system. That's not going to happen. But they were able to stop 95% of them from having any hope of getting through the system. They had worthless professors who couldn't teach the material. They had professors who graded at a completely different level. So they did fine their first year, they did fine their second year, but their third year, when they're put into the mixed classes with everyone else, they weren't prepared for the workload because they'd been given a softer load for 2 years and didn't learn the deep levels of material needed to compete. Could they have gone home and studied on their own without the professors? Maybe. But why were they in university to be treated differently? And how would they know? Because they were isolated away from all the other students. They didn't have access to have a full picture of what the university situation was like. Nicaragua is like that. The United States doesn't need to crush every single Nicaraguan. They need to crush them mathematically, statistically, to make the damage real. And that's what they do. So the average Nicaraguan has little to no hope of being able to get a flight to Europe, because all possible affordable flights must pass through the U.S. Anything that doesn't cost 2 or 3 times as much. My friend Ava just flew to Australia. It cost a fortune for her husband to fly her there, because she had to fly from Nicaragua to El Salvador, to Bogota, to Chile, to Sydney, to Brisbane, to get around the U.S. blockade. The U.S. blockade did not completely stop her, but it doubled the price of her tickets. Instead of spending $2,500 to let her move to Australia, a very poor couple had to spend $5,000 just to get his wife to be able to be with him. They're already dealing with the fact that Australia took 2 years to grant a husband and wife the right to visit each other. Right. So they have Australia already doing everything it can within reason to destroy their lives. And then the United States coming along to up the pain even more. One blocks them from being together physically. The other makes it outrageously expensive when they do have the opportunity to be together physically. And so this is these little things. Each one individually is like, that's only so big of a deal. You're right. But when you put them all together, a Nicaraguan has little to no hope of being able to do much of anything because it's so dramatic when it's all added up. And part of that is that it is a generally poor country, and and with that extreme level of poverty, little things like raising the cost of flights is so damaging. If you take like a normal American who earns, right? A normal American earns something like 15 times what a normal Nicaraguan does. 15 times. A normal American, if going to Europe for a vacation, finds it to be noticeably expensive. Then if you then take someone who makes 1/15 as much money and double the cost it takes them to get there, then it's like the equivalent of being more than 30 times the price what an American would have to pay to be able to go there. I gotta send a real quick message. I don't know where people are. This is really, really powerful mechanisms to effectively destroy any Luco, you're in. Any hope that a Nicaraguan would have of being able to travel to do business abroad. Americans like me, I've flown to Europe and done business easily. Fly to Latin America, do business. I go all over the world to do business. My team goes all over the world to do business. We think nothing of it. But our Nicaraguan staff basically have no options. If their company is going to pay for them to go places, and the company is willing to pay way more than other people, then it can happen. But it's very difficult to justify paying for that staff to go somewhere when you can send staff from other places for a fraction of the price. And so Nicaraguans get fewer opportunities. So their ability to do vacations, their ability to visit family abroad, and Nicaraguan family lives abroad at huge ratios, right? Compared to Americans who almost going abroad is not a thing to see family, but for Nicaraguans, it's a normal thing to see family. If you want to go do business internationally, which is really important for a tiny country, you have to do everything internationally. Internal business, there's no market here. Small countries like Nicaragua, the world over, work by working together. And so all it takes is making international travel, just that one aspect, a little bit harder, and making it a little bit harder to sell things into North America. And suddenly you're able to shut down anyone's ability to do anything anywhere in the world if you want to. That's where the sanctions are unbelievably huge in Nicaragua, and no one can put their finger on exactly where they are because it's across the entire economy with little bits in every place that are strategically designed to add up to impossible to overcome overhead to everything. And once you don't have the overhead capability, you can't overcome the overhead to run a business. You can't get past the problems of unemployment. You can't get past all these things. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to another 8 to 9 more hours of show tonight. Probably not quite that much. We did cross the 3-hour mark though. My dad just took off. Good night. Have a great week. We'll come back to the question above. Luke says, sounds like New York City slumlords getting rich off of the people. I think there is a movie about this. What is it called? Oh, The Apprentice. But has said goodnight all. Alex Brown is here. Where in Nicaragua would you live if you didn't want to be around a lot of expats? Really, almost anywhere. Like, honestly. If you don't have a big expat push telling you to go there, so you'll find expats telling you to go to, surprise, surprise, San Juan del Sur, Ometepe, Grenada, Masaya, Managua, Leon, and Matagalpa and Esteli. Outside of those locations, yes, I understand that's quite a few locations. The rest of the country is pretty much empty of expats. There's going to be an expat just about anywhere. There's always someone who doesn't want to be around other expats. And if you have, let's say, 100 expats who don't want to be around other expats, which is not hard, that's not a big number, they're very likely to gravitate towards Nicaragua, where there aren't a lot of expats and a lot of open space. And then they're likely to spread out over the available space as much as they can. Well, it only takes about 100 to cover a whole lot of Nicaragua and make it difficult to get away from them. But you're still talking about, big areas with one person. But some cities that basically don't have expats include Jinotega, Jinotepe, Diriamba. Rivas has relatively few, believe it or not. Chinandega, never seen one. Oh, did I wake you up? I'm sorry, baby. Oh, but you're so cute. We love having you on the show. We love having you on the show. Boaco, Huigalpa, Nueva Segovia, anything in Madrid, anything in the Atlantic, 2/3 of the country, San Carlos, Rio San Juan, even bits of like northwestern Rivas, southern Grenada, those areas too will have very, very few expats. Gio Williams, yes, Scott Sally, my friend, I agree with what you said about that system, but I love your alternative. Well, thank you. Gio, I'm going to be in your neck of the woods in 10 days. 10 days. But I'm going through controls at Miami, as far as I know. Can you check the system to make sure I'm not being arrested when I cross? If you happen to know, I'd really like to know I'm clear to re-enter the country. I'm actually very worried from doing the show that I won't be able to come back to the country. And I've only got a week to get all my paperwork done. So I'm honestly stressed a lot about going back to the U.S. Once I'm in the U.S., I'm fine. And returning, I don't think will be a problem. But entering the U.S. scares me. Because I haven't crossed the border it hasn't been that long, but it was a full year ago, and the climate was very different. And there's always like that stress of crossing a border, but now there's like actual fear of crossing the border. I kind of have, this seems crazy. Like, I'll go anywhere. I've been in Ukraine during the war. I've been in Kosovo during protest. I was in Macedonia when the government fell. None of those things bothered me at all. Not in the slightest. This time going back to the U.S., I actually have agita. Like, I'm honestly concerned. I do not have a global entry card. I don't think global entry works many places except the U.S. I'm not sure how much I've never been in a situation where I've been like, you know what, this would be nice if I had global entry. Like, that's... I'm sure it's nice, but I anything that costs money, I'm like, I kind of like waiting in line with the people. Oh yeah, global entry is only the U.S. Yeah, okay, it's $120 one-time fee, which is not terrible. I've never looked at this before. I really don't know much about it. Trusted Traveler Program, 10 days. What? Yeah, I'm going to be in Houston in 10 days. Is that a scary what? Like, no, you can't. is a U.S. Custom Border Control program that allows expedited clearance for pre-approved low-risk travelers. I'm definitely low risk from like a traveler perspective. Members enter the United States by accessing the global entry at selected airports. I assume the airports I'm using are selected airports. They're pretty big. Proceed in the lanes. Expedite. The only thing is, to the best of my knowledge, this is my final entrance to the United States. And so going through a program to expedite it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, it's more work to go through the program than, because I don't know if I'll ever use it again. I mean, it seems awfully likely, but how long is it still good? Right? Like, it must take work to renew it at some point. If I was going back and forth like I used to, it would make sense. But hold on. Yeah, some cards come with free global entry, and mine might, honestly, but I think I've looked into it and it didn't. Have I encountered many parolee returnees coming back from the USA? I have, but in the past, not what you're thinking of with now all these parolees have to return. I've honestly not run into a single one. None. Which I am very watching for and thought I would see a lot. However, the expectation is that any parolee who can is going to be heading elsewhere. And there are a lot of countries taking the parolees from the program. So there's every possibility that this feels unlikely, right? But there is the possibility that the majority of parolees are simply getting flights in other directions. Possible locations could be Spain, Canada, Mexico, Guatemala, Colombia. There's a lot of places that have jobs, because that's why people are on parole for the most part, right? They're looking for a means of creating an income. And so, the crisis here in Nicaragua was the lack of jobs, and coming back here in mass will create even more of a disaster. A lot of countries do want to get excess low-cost labor, and people coming out of the parolee program in the U.S. have proven that they have a history, a work history in the U.S., that they have passed U.S. rigors to be in the country. So they are ideal candidates for other countries to accept, and those other countries often feel some pressure or duty to do what they can to take as many people as possible. And so there's reason to be hopeful that they are finding positions around the world rather than having to come and simply return to their own country. So no, I haven't seen them. I wouldn't necessarily, but prior to this, yeah, we knew people who were on parole, did their parole, and returned. Like, some people did that, some people stayed, some people got an extension. But I definitely have met many people who came back, but I can't say that I've met a new one who's returned in like a year. Okay, so I'm going back to, there we go. Tom had asked, this is way back. Sorry, Tom, that took forever. Tom McEwen said, "Hey, Scott, due to the increasing cost and continuing lack of community in the United States, I've heard many call it the world's bazaar," which is a really interesting take on it, and that does have a fitting connotation for sure. Many go to make a buck, but no one wants to stay. What are your thoughts? I do believe that is very true. I think a lot of people make a buck and then do feel an obligation to stay, mostly because they end up in debt, and the only way to service that debt is to stay and work, and they get caught in a high cost cycle, which is how the U.S. is designed in many ways, and it creates a very big lock-in, a very real lock-in. But of people, I have some really close friends. I have a close friend in North Dakota who has gone up there and she wants to stay. Like, she's kind of liking it. I don't think kind of liking it includes North Dakota. I think she would kind of like to be in Florida or kind of like to be in Texas. But she's in North Dakota and making a go of it. And, certainly not everyone wants to return. However, she has work up there and didn't have work down here. So that alone may be the factor. She has a kid here that she's taking care of because of her job up there. So maybe her driving factors. I've only talked to her so deeply about it. I check with her on a regular basis to make sure she's okay, and she does keep in communication in case she isn't okay. She's choosing the income perhaps, or maybe she just likes the culture. Maybe she likes the opportunities. Sorry, guys. It's been a few hours of continuous talking. It's going to happen. And I've got this doggy. And but I know loads of people who are there, and they're like, I'm here because I got to make the money, but I don't want to be here. That's the story we hear most of the time. People feel that it's necessary, or it's something for the future of their family, or whatever. But it's got to be. In general, it seems very strong that this take is what I see. Right? People go. It's kind of like Americans or Canadians especially who are like, we're off to work in the oil fields, right? We're off to some remote, awful location with blowing snow and, a commissary with Spam and stale bread. And that's all there is. But they pay us so much that, we put up with that and drink ourselves heavily on Keystone, whatever we can keep fresh. And then... I know, all beer is lined with plastic. It's just a joke about Keystone. Oh, gosh. And then someday we'll return to where it's nice and live out our days with a good retirement. And I think that's how the world sees the U.S. in the same way that the U.S. sees the oil fields. It's to some degree, it's nice to make all that money, but you're losing that time in many ways. I think it's real. I think that's real. Gio, I did send you a WhatsApp. Some cards come with free. Hello, have you encountered? Not physically at this time. Hubby would say, I'm there spiritually. Luke says 5 years. Gio says, I'm watching on a delay. Thumbs up. Lindana says, Tiffany, I'm currently in the Tampa Bay area of Florida, but can't wait till my trip to Nicaragua. John Blair, what does the ordinary Nicaraguan think of gringos moving into their vicinity? For the most part, they're pretty cool with it. I explained to a Nicaraguan that the ordinary family in the U.S. couldn't afford to eat out, which they just can't believe. So this is an interesting experiment. Now, this is hard, right? Live in the U.S., live in England, live in Nicaragua, but go do that. Go and watch a couple shows from England in the late 70s, early 80s. So Are You Being Served? Obviously a great show, lots of fun. Go watch that. I started watching Only Fools and Horses. Not my favorite show, but it's really popular in England, so I'm giving it a good shot. And so far, it's watchable. So the first episode was a train wreck, but the next one was a little bit better. And I'm on the third episode now. I'm like, all right, it's getting its feet under it. And it went for like 8 seasons and had 2 spinoffs. So I'm giving it a good. And it's a sitcom from my favorite era of British television. So I'm really working hard at it because I think anything that gives me more of that. I love England in 1981. Right. I love that era of England. It's fantastic. 81 through maybe 95. That was amazing. Well, I was there as late as 2007, and I still had the feeling of how much I liked it. But I could tell that some of it had already gone. Quite a bit of it had already gone. But like that era, probably going back into the 70s, I would have just loved being in England or Wales or Scotland. And now there's still a lot of cool things, but now when I'm there, I'm just like, this is not, this is not the England I'm picturing. This is not the culture I'm picturing. And I talk to Brits and they're like, I remember when I was a kid, it was fantastic. It's a different world. It doesn't even feel like the same country. So it's not just me. I'm getting that from Brits as well. But the thing that I wanted to say is go and watch Go and watch the British shows like that from that era. And the common theme is that no one can afford food. No one can keep their house warm. Everyone's wearing heavy coats inside the house, even on a movie set, right? So if you're showing it on TV and in movies, it's much worse in real life. Like, that's just how it works. And if they're showing people regularly eating beans on toast, that means that in real life, people were eating beans on toast as a treat, and most of the time they had nothing, right? And even by the time of Keeping Up Appearances, we were still seeing this. People are struggling in England, but not quite as much. And so when you look at the England of the late 70s, early 80s, England was dramatically poorer and in closer to starvation than Nicaragua is today or has ever been that I've seen it. And, you know, they were always there. They were always worried about keeping the place warm enough. They were always worried about having enough to eat. They were always complaining about tiny portions and terrible quality and high prices and depressing life and not being able to do anything. And Are You Being Served, because I grew up watching it so much, and it's so much my picture of England, was such an amazing show. But watch it carefully over the seasons, and they really do have a lot of discussions of, well, what do we do to keep the house warm? It's going to freeze. How am I supposed to live on this amount of money? What can I do? There's no jobs, right? And this was very real and very everyday life. And come to Nicaragua today, where we talk about how poor it is, and it's so bad. Things are just, I don't know anyone who's worried about any of those things. Everyone's putting food on the table. Everyone is keeping, the temperature. Yeah, we have the advantage that it doesn't freeze like in England. But the level of panic that England was having then was so much worse than what they have now. And now England is back to that state, is my understanding, that they're in that world again, and everything is just, what are they going to do? And now, as John was saying, that the U.S. is starting to be in that, right? Nicaraguans are still going out to restaurants all the time. People I know, okay, maybe not on minimum wage, but people who are very low wage are constantly like, yeah, I'm at a cafe. Oh, my laptop, I need to work on it. Like, do they have the latest laptop? No. Are they buying lots of extra stuff? No. Are they rich? No. But are they able to get beer, go to parties, have a fun life, do all these things, take trips, all kinds of stuff? Yes. Do I know people who've bothered to go through school, ended up, getting highly trained or very prepared to go into the workforce and just go, you know what? Even though they come from really poor families, being like, you know what? I'm gonna take some time off for myself. I don't need to work all the time. I don't need to, grind my fingers down. I have enough comfort that I can take some time off. Now, they're young, right? People do that when they're young. If an American did that, we wouldn't think anything of it, or not much of it. Like, oh, sure. Well, there's, it's not like the country's actually short on jobs if you don't want to work. I think that was a truck bouncing down the road, but that was loud. Like, cool. That's probably not the best thing for your career, but, taking a year off to just stay home and watch TV, everyone needs a little bit of time to recharge, right? Like, okay. But that you have that comfort to do that in Nicaragua, even for people who are very low income, is pretty surprising. And so I was talking to a Brit recently who was here, and we were talking to an Australian, we were talking to a Canadian, a Quebecois, about how poor things were in England, and he just couldn't believe it. He's like, wait. he's like, things are rough in Canada, but not in the same category of what you're describing. And I'm like, yeah, in England, they have more people below the poverty line than we do in Nicaragua. He's like, wait, what? And the Brit is like, oh my gosh, yeah, my gran, she can't eat. My gran, her house is freezing. Like all of her friends, they're all on the verge of death because there's no food, there's no healthcare, there's no nothing. Nothing's working, there's no economy, everything's falling apart. And he's like, wait, what? Right? England is not a rich, powerful country where everyone's living in opulence. No, it's struggling hard and has been for the majority of the century. Right, not this century, the past 100 years. The amount of time that England has been in really rough shape is quite a long time. This is not like in the 1970s, suddenly they were poor. They weren't rich in the 60s. They weren't rich in the 50s. We kind of think of them that way. And they were richer than many other countries, for sure. But ever since World War II, that reconstruction was rough. And they never fully recovered, unlike Germany and Italy and France, who all came back and did pretty well. So yeah, they managed to have a large economy, but they did so with a large population. And because of high taxes and, higher disparity, they have royals and a class of people who gets all the money and tons and tons and tons of poor. They don't have the support and economic conditions that some other places do to even things out and make for a stronger overall but in general, Nicaraguans are so there aren't that many gringos, right? And so having them move in is mostly just still seen as a novelty. Like, that's fun, new people to talk to. And they do see us as an economic boon. And we generally are, right? Every gringo who gets added to a community on average does noticeably impact the community. Now, if you bring in a bunch into a single bit of the community, they have a negative impact of like creating a bubble of culture. But if you just drop gringos in like ice cream sprinkles, right, candy sprinkles on ice cream, they typically, like, if you were to go to Boaco and go to a barrio that has no other gringo and just bring in an average gringo, not a rich gringo, not a poor gringo, just an average gringo who's willing to live in a barrio of Boaco. I'm not saying a poor barrio, just a barrio, like somewhere near downtown. And they get either they buy one of the nice houses on the block, or they buy a shelled out, fire destroyed building, and they decide to rebuild it as the nicest place in the block. They're going to impact that community, like, a lot, very positively, right? They're going to raise the interest of people visiting that block. They're going to increase the traffic to whatever grocery or market is on that block. They're going to make their neighbors' places more desirable. They're going to make sitting on the street in front of that house more desirable, like each little thing. And they will, over time, almost certainly, and maybe not at any one time, they're going to hire someone to fix their car. They're going to hire someone to paint their house. They're going to hire someone to cook dinner. They're going to hire someone to run errands. They're going to hire someone to drive them around. They're going to rent a car. They're going to have some hand-me-down clothes and give them away, or give them to a local shop. They're going to buy groceries at the local market. Each one of these little things on its own is nothing. When you start putting it together, a single street seeing this extra economy, it's not just that the gringo is likely on the upper, 10% of the richest people on the street. It's that they have a non-existing previous economic impact, right? The money that they're bringing in is new money. It's not old money being cycled around. It's not old money that's been held there and is being doled out a little bit at a time. It is money coming from abroad that didn't exist before. They are a new conduit to new economic growth. And so it's really weird to think of. But each of you could pick a city block. And this could be Managua, this could be Boaco, this could be Bilwi. And you go in, and even if you don't have a lot of resources, the resources you have will change that neighborhood. It's amazing. 5 years, right? It's not going to be overnight. You will change things. And I notice it everywhere that a gringo goes in and makes any effort. There's, there wasn't that there before. There wasn't that there before. There's all these things that are happening. And you feel it. And that's one of the reasons why I really want to promote, for the good of Nicaragua, gringos, good gringos, right? At least, right? Be a good expat coming to Nicaragua, and why I put in a great effort in showing so much of the country, because it allows people to stop seeing San Juan del Sur. And because you can't do that in San Juan del Sur, you're just going to contribute to the bubble, which is not the worst thing, right? If you come and just become part of the bubble, well, that's okay, right? You're not hurting anybody. It's not going to have the same kind of impact, but you are adding to the general economy, but it's sprinkled out over the whole country, right? Which is just as good, right? I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. What I'm saying is you won't see it. But if you were to come in to especially a tiny community, right, like Larinaga, right? I bet there's not a single, even though it's a fair-sized place, I bet there's not a single expat in Larinaga. Someone's going to be like, there's a community of 80 of them. I'm like, what? And you go out there and drive out into the mountains, and you just get involved, and you build that one house, or you fix up that one house, and you just shop locally, and you go to the restaurants, and you eat there, and you drink the coffee, and you do the things. Everyone in 5 years is going to notice what they believe to be impact that came from you. There will be a change in the economic trajectory of your local community that, if someone was actually paying attention, could be traced to you being there. And we could do that all over the country. And if we get that, whoever asked the question, how do I find a place not next to other expats? It's so easy. There just aren't that many of us. That's one of the reasons I love living in the barrio where I am. Yeah, we're in the largest barrio in Western Nicaragua, so there are other expats in this barrio, but none of them are near me. None are in my community. None are in the neighboring community. None are in the community that neighbors that. I never see any on the street. I know one guy who lives way up the hill. I see him every so often, but not here. I see him way somewhere else. He may have moved. I know some other ones that are 2 neighborhoods west, right? I know some that were 3 neighborhoods from here, but they left. But there could be another one, right? That's the kind of numbers we're talking about in this highly desirable area where I am, that a lot of you look at coming to because of things. Now, someone is talking to me right now about maybe moving in not so far away, but it's I closed my mail. I'm opening my mail for those of you who need me to open my mail. You know who you are and you know why. So that Tiffany, check your mail, just real quick. This is where things like the channel, I think, have so much possibility of positive impact. Not just getting people to move in, that's one thing. But the more we spread out over the country, the less we change communities in a cultural way, but the more we have a noticeable, valuable economic impact to really small people, right? So if you do that, you go out to this little place in Larinaga and you hire someone to paint your house and hire someone to drive you around. Those are real everyday people who are struggling, who needed work, and you're giving them more work. real, not some rich guy who owns the biggest ferreteria in Leon and now you bought an extra paint can from him and he owns 3 hotels and 6 ferreterias and he made an extra $3 he wasn't going to make yesterday. Okay, yeah, he appreciates that, and yes, eventually he'll probably spend that in Nicaragua, probably. But rich people take money out of the country all the time. They go on vacation to France. They head down to Costa Rica. But the poorer people who aren't traveling, every penny they make goes to another poor person in Nicaragua who uses it to pay another poor person in Nicaragua, and they're buying Nicaraguan produced produce and Nicaraguan produced meat and Nicaraguan baked bread and Nicaraguan curdled cheese. What do you call and it's going into the cycle and it's building communities. And it's amazing how little money each one of you has to have. Those of you who are like, but I can only live on $1,500 a month. $1,500 a month will noticeably change a street. You could have a street. Let's say there's 20 families on a street, right? And currently their total income for that street is easily under $5,000 a month. Sure, could be much higher. It could be lower, but 5,000 is like a reasonable number for that number of houses to be bringing in month by month. But that is almost guaranteed to be completely money coming from somewhere in Nicaragua and then going back out. It's just being recycled. But if you come in with 1,500, sure, that's not dramatically moving the total bar, but it's not 5,000 that goes out and back in. It's 6,500 now, which alone is a much bigger number. But that 1,500 might not leave, or some portion of it may not leave. What if 100 of it doesn't leave? 1,400 of it goes out into the country and some of it leaves the country. But 100 of it stays in that community, on that street. Now you're at 6,500. Next month you're at 6,600. Month after that you're at 6,700. You start growing. How does that happen? Because you paid someone who then pays someone else, who pays someone else, who pays someone else for something, right? You pay the pulperia for something. He pays the guy who takes care of the chickens. He pays for the person who brings the milk, right? It's all this local community stuff. That money, typically some portion of it stays local, but because you're bringing in, none of your money is coming from local. You're not pulling anything out of what they used to make, but you're contributing every month. And I bet it's more than $100. The amount that stays on your street is only so much, but the amount that goes to your nearby community, most of it stays pretty local. Some of it will go to Managua, of course. You start increasing the monthly pool of economy on that street, in that community. Slowly, but it's real. And there's things you can do to increase that, right? Fix up your house, do gardening, anything that hires people, hire a person to work in your house. Don't steal them from somewhere. Hire someone who wasn't working, right? Whatever, something like that. Go out to eat a lot. Hire cleaners. Pay someone to keep the whole street clean, right? Hey, there's a 20-year-old who's out of work, always sitting around on the street, wants to work, asks you about work, and you're like, you know what? I got nothing specific that I need, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to feed you, and I'm going to give you $20 a week, and you're going to make sure there's no trash on this street. That's it. You find a job, move on. But until you find a job, I'm going to give you $20 a week. And all I'm expecting you to do is keep an eye out for litter. I want this to be the cleanest street around. Just from one block to another, right? They're already sitting out on the street. They're watching. Someone's littering. They're like, hey, I got to pick that up. You don't do that, right? Suddenly you have a cleaner street. Suddenly people are taking pride. Suddenly, that little painting you did, someone else is able to paint. And maybe they're able to paint because you paid them to paint your house. Now they have the extra money to paint their house, right? They're going to do it themselves, but now they're able to afford the paint because they did the labor for you. Who knows? Right? These things make real differences in noticeable ways. The only 3, this is E, the only 3 that I know that are about to depart are going back to Leon, except for one who will eventually go back to Panama. Luke says, parolees, if they didn't leave voluntarily 2 weeks ago, they aren't heading back to Nicaragua. They will be sent to El Salvador or Gitmo. Yeah. Tiffany says, Lindana, I'm also in Florida, not far from you in Ocala. He says, Luke, apparently they changed that. They can stay until the 2 years are done. Oh, I've not heard about that, but the parolee that I know seemed like she'd be able to stay, but I have not heard that news. John says, he didn't believe that. He didn't believe my overall portrayal of the U.S. Yeah, they never do, because it's not what Hollywood shows. They won't believe it. You would now, and we know the thing to watch out for is if the administration starts trying to protect Hollywood because they're scared of an erosion of the propaganda machine. So watch carefully for that. Travis says, parole program was great. Wife came here in the very beginning. Now, almost 2 years after marriage, we are still waiting on paperwork. Feels like we are put at the bottom of the pile. Yeah, pretty much. Travis says, considering moving back, but then the process starts all over if they would even accept us. Mr. Sammy says, the rainy season makes me sleepy too. Just want to stay in and in bed watching movies. Travis says, good luck. I am married to Anika, but we are waiting for marriage visa. We considered the parolee program, but decided against it. Luke says, the young ones. Mr. Sammy says, that's an old British TV show, I believe, that not one I've ever watched. Mr. Sammy says, Miami Envios, Nicaragua. There's about a dozen places. Lindana says, Tiffany, are you on the Nika WhatsApp group? She is. Yes. KL7RRC. Scott, greatest $100 you will spend. 99% welcome back. Have a great day. Thank you. Tiffany says, yes, Lindana. Mr. Sammy says, normally, local Nicaraguans find it cool and neat to see gringos roaming around the countryside. They get excited. Oh, look, está un gringo. Total strangers might come up to you and want to chat. Absolutely. We're still an anomaly. We're still exotic here, right? Which is not what you're... you picture that there's so many of us, because when you look at me and Leon, there's going to be people around me. When you look at Granada and Ometepe and San Juan del Sur, well, those are tourist enclaves, or nearly so. They're tourist hotspots. So you're going to see lots of gringos. Most of those aren't gringos who live here. Most of those are tourists. Maybe not San Juan del Sur, but in the others, those are mostly tourists, because there's loads of tourists. Like, these are really popular spots. But when you start looking at the people who live here, the people who make friends, the people who show up at the bar over and over, the people who aren't at the tourist spots, not on the Calzana, but they're actually Nicaraguans hanging out, or live in Nicaragua and hanging out, then people are like, oh, yeah, tourists are kind of interesting, but you live here? And a lot of people like, why do you live here? And and just that conversation is like, people are nice. The land is safe. The weather's stable. There's no snow, right? I feel like I'm able to make a difference. I feel very welcome. This is a great place to raise my kids. I want my kids to grow up here. And people are just like, really? And they love it. Sometimes they're confused. But a lot are like, I used to think it was a bad place, and then I got older, and as soon as I learn about the world, I'm like, man, I like it here. Or so many people have told me the same thing. Is this really my country? And so many people are just like, thank you so much for believing in us, and taking a chance and being willing to be here. Mr. Sammy says, I've been going to Nicaragua for the last 50 years, and it's very rare to bump into a gringo. The most that I usually see is on the plane when I change planes in Houston or Miami. Yeah, generally you're going to see a few on the plane. I'm honestly amazed at how many Nicaraguans it is on every flight. My gosh, watch the Conviasa flight. I've never seen a gringo on a Conviasa flight. When I do that flight, I'm going to be like, I'm the one. I'm the chosen one. And everyone's going to be like, what are you doing? Wait, what time is it? 9:03. Are you on? Josh, are you on yet? Let me know. I'm definitely, if you're on, no, I'm going to wait for you to say you're on. Mr. Sammy says, usually it's missionaries going to some pueblo de Nicaragua. I have yet to run into missionaries on a plane or anything. Yes, good gringos, be cool, don't be mean, be nice, and try to behave. Don't do anything stupid, don't mess things up. We got a good thing going right now. Be smart. Yes, please. See yourself as a missionary of sorts. Goodwill, charity, philanthropy. Kind of hard to explain it until you do it yourself. Be an ambassador. Oh, Josh is on. Josh is going to be providing me a place to go film. I'm very excited because I've been wanting to film that exact location. I keep going by and being like, I got to film here. And a buddy of mine has a restaurant there that I need to go check out. Perfect. Like everything right there. Really got to do. Keep Nicaragua the best kept secret. We really don't have to. Just the U.S. does so much to make people not want to come. That's the great thing, is if we get the word out, and if we get the word out, which I'm doing, to let people know how good it is here. And the U.S. constantly pushes out propaganda that it's terrible here. Here's the great thing. That creates a situation where we auto-filter, or we allow the people who are coming to auto-filter in a very positive way. Of course, there's always going to be some people who come anyway that we're like, oh, those aren't the people we were hoping for. And there's always going to be some people that we were hoping for who turn themselves away. But if the U.S. was like, go to this place, and we were like, no, it's a secret, we would get the worst people, right? Which is very sad, but that's, and I'm not saying everyone there is worse. I'm saying this is statistical averages. That's all I'm saying, everyone. But that is exactly what happens to Costa Rica. The U.S. pushes everyone to Costa Rica, and all the gringos in Costa Rica are like, stop telling people about Costa Rica. It's ruining it for us, right? So it's the worst possible situation. The people who are giving in to the local pressure and not paying attention to where they're going are all going to one place, and the people who are doing the opposite are all coming here. So we get the best average gringos, and Costa Rica gets the worst average gringos, or maybe Belize does, but you get the point. And so it's a really perfect scenario, at least for now. And these things you have to adjust as the needs change. Luke says they're already talking about tariffs on foreign films. How does a tariff on foreign films even work? Like, I'm really interested to find out what this means. Like, what? How do you tariff a film? And like, I just don't know. Josh says, yes, I am on. Hey, Josh. Itcha Thick says, my name is Joshua. Weird to hear my name randomly shouted out. Is it Joshua? I hear my name shouted out all the time. Sometimes my motorcycle is going through Managua. It's freaking weird. Luke says, random fireworks outside. Mr. Sammy says, people are sheep. That's the thing. Nicaragua doesn't get the sheep. We get the wolves. It might be true. Hold on. Sending messages to people. Bum bum ba dun dun. There's a bunch of sheep. Mr. Sammy is the king of emoticons. Tiffany says, when I hear my name, I feel like I'm still in school and giving trouble. That's right, Tiffany. We will need to see you in the broadcaster's office. Oh, and as I said her name, she popped up in 2 different places. I'm going to answer this thing publicly because it has nothing to do with any particular question. So the way that air conditioning often works in apartments, I probably should have a video just about this because it's such a discrete topic and it's so standard in Nicaragua. Of course, there's a million things you're allowed to do, but this is the thing that people do, is essentially no apartment. Obviously, if you're paying $1,000 a month for some sweet baller place in Villa Fontana, different. But, and you probably weren't going to pay $1,000, you're going to pay $2,000. But if you have a normal apartment anywhere in Nicaragua, it is not going to come with air conditioning. It's not going to be included in the appliances, and it's not going to be included in your utilities. If you have a place that has utilities included, it will never include air conditioning ever. If you have a place that comes furnished, it will not come with air conditioning ever. And the idea that anyone is going to build air conditioning into a building is unheard of here. We don't have apartment buildings in the way that Americans do, so you don't have that unified air control system the way that you do. So what actually happens in the real world? I just realized I still have this microphone down low for the little Latina. I'm going to fix this. There we go. And I don't know where she disappeared to. She just ran away. She's like, I'm done with y'all. Probably had to talk to her kids or something. So now I can do my ASMR. So the thing that is done pretty much across the board everywhere is that it is standard for... Oh, someone asked what the news is. I'm going to come back to that. The current news is the co-president of Nicaragua, Comrade Rosario Murillo, greeted the delegation that is in Moscow to participate in the activities for the 80th anniversary of the... Okay, so it's not a huge news item, more of the same thing. It's an anniversary day, and people are celebrating. So, yeah. Oh, and here's another one. Laureano Ortega, Special Envoy of the Government of Reconciliation and National Unity, in official greetings with the President of Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, for the same event that we mentioned the other time. So that is the only thing going on in this country today. It is a big celebration, and they are in Moscow to celebrate, and they are lighting up. Okay, so let's get back to that question. So what do you do with air conditioning? How is this treated? So the thing that is done universally... Oh, this swivels in a way I don't like. How do I make that stop? Oh, it's with this. Oh, there we go. That should be straight on. It was not completely flush, and it was driving me nuts. Better. So most rental places will allow you to add air conditioning. It's your air conditioning. You're simply mounting it to the wall and putting small holes in the wall and then mounting your condenser on the outside of the wall. And then it's yours. And then you pay your own utilities. And then you can do whatever you want. Use it as much as you want. Put in any type of unit you want. Do anything you want. It's yours. Go crazy. Put in an old used one. Get a giant new one. Get one of those fancy ones. Get a cheap one. Whatever. Nobody cares because it's yours, and it's a great system by and large. I wish there were standard hookups so you could have all the hookups and just boop, boop, and didn't have to, like, there's slight improvements that would make a big difference, but I don't know how you would get those to really happen. But short of that, it's a pretty good system. So you move in, and you get permission before you move in. Say, look, I'd like to put in air conditioning. Like I did. I have an apartment nearby. In a very safe, nice neighborhood, kind of boring when you look at it, but when you actually live there, it's like, wow, this is kind of ideal. And it's one block from Marcela, and she spent a year trying to get into that neighborhood. Like, it's a desirable neighborhood that people fight to get into. And we're like, we want air conditioning. And they're like, I don't know. But eventually they said, yeah, you can have air conditioning. They like to rent places, right? Like, are you going to really turn down gringo money for not letting us put in air conditioning? No, you're not. And they're like, yeah, okay. And then they're like, we don't take dogs. And we're like, but look at our cute dog. And they're like, okay. So there's a lot of, things aren't hard and fast rules in Nicaragua. But my dog's adorable. All right, bring your dog. So we put in 2 air conditioning units, and it's perfect. And then should we give up that apartment at some point, which someday I'm sure we will, although I really like where it is. I don't know if I will. And we just take those air conditioning units with us, patch up some holes, no big deal. We got a handyman does it all the time. It's a couple-hour job, and we just take our air conditioning, get another apartment, or we have other places. Do we? Oh, my battery died. Bum bum bum. I'm on my way to switch it. Hang on, everybody. That wasn't even 4 hours. I did use this battery for filming earlier today, though, so I guess maybe that wasn't its full charge, but still. Oh, sweet dog, sleeping away. Yeah. You're both sleeping because you're so stressed. Because the little boy wasn't here yesterday and you didn't know what to do. And then there was a storm. It's also dramatic. I don't even know if the little dog knew he was sick. And he threw up, but dogs do that. And he was hanging out with his friends at the vet clinic, so to him, it's kind of a party. It's like he went on a sleepover. He's a very social dog, so it's easy to imagine him just, there we are. We're back. There's a lot of chairs here. I wish Marcela would take her chair away when she disappears, because there isn't enough room for me to move it. And so you take the air conditioning with you, and you always have a place to put it, right? Oh, you're moving into a house. You'll want air conditioning. You're getting another apartment. You'll want air conditioning. They store in storage if you need to for a while. There's just a lot of flexibility. So it's a good system that the majority of people don't want air conditioning or don't want to pay for it. So by having it in that way, the few people who have it get to have it nearly anywhere. And you don't need the people who are building apartment buildings to have to invest in it. And the people who are going to rent most of the time don't want it. And a lot of places, like a lot of Nicaraguans, are perfectly happy with a fan. But it depends where you live. Here in Leon, the AC is much more popular than, say, even just Managua, not that far away. If I lived in Managua, I would be quite capable of living without AC. There would be certainly days that I would be sorry, but in general, and I've spent a lot of time in Managua sleeping at night in rooms with windows closed. And with a fan, you're like, it's Managua, it's not that hot. If the windows are open, I don't even need a fan. And even here in Leon, most days, if I had a fan and the windows open, I would almost never need AC at night. And if I didn't have the office and studio stuff going on, I generally don't need it during the day either. But there are a lot of times that I would. Oh, you can hear the dog drinking her water. She's so loud. Luke says, I had a box fan included in furnishings. Renee says, 2-week trip, arrive, Matagalpa, Chinandega, Leon, Panitas. Help plan, good route. So for 2 weeks, Matagalpa is pretty good. Generally, you don't do Chinandega on that route. I mean, you can stop by. What do you plan on doing in Chinandega? It's a place that most expats never go to. I do like going there for restaurants, but it's not the kind of thing that would make sense on a discovery trip, I don't think. What's the overall goal? The other places make a lot of sense. Matagalpa, Leon, Panitas, like what kind of vibe are you looking for? Where do you want to live? What are the options? I think they give you a lot. Chinandega is very like, there's no chance you actually want to live there, and there's nothing to do. And the things that make it interesting to Nicaraguans are not going to be interesting to you. For example, there's an Asian fusion restaurant that I really like there. There's a really nice gym I want to check out there. Right. There is a museum, but it's a museum you have to really know what you're doing to get into. Museum there. These aren't things you're going to do on a 2-week fact-finding trip. These are things that, like, you live here and you need something to do. Hey, you know what? Chinandega's got a thing. We never go there. Let's go check it out. Okay. Renee says, is there a need to go to Managua to catch bus to Matagalpa? No. From Matagalpa to Leon, there is a direct-ish bus. It doesn't go through Managua. It's not direct, but it doesn't go through Managua. It goes through the Empalma de San Isidro. It's a little complex. Luke says, Renee, 100 Cordoba for the buses to and from Managua to Matagalpa. Taxi or private driver as low as $50 each. Expect closer to 75. Tiffany says, AC will be on my shopping list. What I do with a 2-bedroom is I have an AC in each unit. And then if I want to air condition the whole place, which is rare, just open up the bedroom doors and drive them like crazy. That's a little bit obnoxious. And you would want a fan to cycle the air out of the rooms. But for a lot of people, a really common approach is to, if you have even if you have a 3-bedroom, often you only put AC in one room. It depends on how many people you have living there, right? So, like, it would be reasonable for my 2-bedroom apartment to only have AC in the master bedroom. It would also be reasonable for the guest bedroom to like never be used, or to be an office, or to be a storage room, or to be a hobby room. In which case, air conditioning may not make sense. Plus, it has pretty good breeze. You know, that's one of the nice things about the way we do AC here is that you can do it room by room. And so you're like, you know what? I just want one room that I can chill, and then, you know, maybe put on nice window finishings. Most places don't have super sealed windows, so the AC is less efficient than it could be. So things that I highly recommend getting. One, we decided for our kids, they never open their windows. We coated them in plastic. We literally put translucent plastic over the windows to stop airflow going in and out. That's going to make things so much more efficient and totally block the insects, because previous to that, insects could find their way in between the slats, like behind me. So that was really crappy. So we just fixed those two things, made the air conditioning more efficient. Then make sure you have blinds, right? And get a little bit thicker ones, not just to cut the light. Do whatever you want as far as colors and light, but get ones that actually block some of the sun heat coming in and the air, so that it helps insulate that window. And those little things will take your air conditioning just way farther. I highly recommend, because floors are tiled, not carpeting. So when you have a door here, there's always breathing space under the door. Sometimes there's breathing space around the door, so watch for that. But there's breathing space under the door. Get yourself a door snake. It will save you a fortune with air conditioning. One of the things we notice is that, so my daughter uses a towel as a floor snake to stop this, but my dog, the one who was sitting here for hours, she will go out during the day and she will go up and go to the girls' rooms and sleep in the living room just outside their rooms, because the floor in front of their rooms is so cold because so much cold air is pouring from under the door. So we know that that's super inefficient, and that is a place where just having a door snake in front of a door will change your air conditioning situation massively. Mr. Sammy, if you look at the map, there should be a school bus that runs from Matagalpa to Leon going across Highway US 26. So there should be, Mr. Sammy, but there's not. That's the problem. What it does is it goes from Matagalpa to San Isidro, but not San Isidro Terminal. It goes to a random street stop at the Empalma. I believe this is correct. I know if you're going Leon to Matagalpa, it works this way. I believe it's identical in reverse. You get off at the Empalma, and then you walk to the inside corner and wait for the bus coming from San Isidro Terminal to go to Leon. I think you may be able to continue on to San Isidro proper and catch the bus to Leon from there. But I think it's faster if you do it at the Empalma. They'll tell you in Matagalpa, but it's way more complex than it seems for no good reason that I can figure out. But I know when you're going from Leon to Matagalpa, you have to ride the bus going to Esteli. And so the bus to Esteli goes to the Empalma and then turns and heads to Esteli. So if you don't get off at the Empalma, you go the wrong way. The bus that takes you to Matagalpa is coming from San Isidro Terminal. So it's a little bit tricky because of the Empalma and the terminal. And in Leon, there should be a bus from Leon to Chinandega. There is a Leon to Chinandega shuttle. It's 45 minutes. Just goes doop, 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 all day long. Super easy. From Managua, you can take a taxi to the bus depot in Managua and hop on the bus to Managua. Probably to Matagalpa, he means. Bus in Managua to your destination in Matagalpa. Mr. Sammy says we use towels as door snakes to keep out roaches and mice. We don't worry about roaches and mice. We have no mice, very few roaches. But the air conditioning is a really big deal. We are all caught up. We got 37 people on, 359 views. We've been on for over 4 hours. And now I've got one of those gnats flying around in front of my face way too often. All right, I'm going to show you guys a link. This is my dentist. Hold on. Copy link. Everyone take a moment. This is not just my dentist office. That is actually my dentist dancing in the video. And if anyone wants to see what the news looks like here, this is the news. Just reading memes while you guys are taking so long. Mr. Sammy, so Matagalpa to Esteli to El Sauce de Leon. No. That is what? Matagalpa. No. Matagalpa to San Isidro to Leon. You do not want to end up in Esteli or in El Sauce. And I don't know how you get from Esteli to El Sauce. There might be a bus, but I don't think so. Luco says that's a cool dentist. That's who's going to be on the show. She wants to do the live stream, but we haven't been able to make it happen yet. All right, I'm just going to read this meme. Marketing, let's create a fun and exciting cereal. Executive, okay, go on. Marketing, it'll have cool colors and fruity flavors. Executive, OMG, yes. Marketing, and rabbits can F right off if they think they can have some. I don't know why that's funny, but it is. Now you guys are quiet. Too quiet everybody is. Do 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 bum 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 ba da 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 da. Why is the Sound of Music in my head? I mean, the Sound of Music is kind of always in my head, let's be fair. But what happened to having your dentist on the show, Tony says. Exactly, that is the dentist, and I want to have her on the show. Marcela was working on that, but has not been able to get it all worked out yet. I'm not sure what the holdup be. But but that will happen at some point. Life is busy. That is the hardest thing. I should talk to her directly. In fact, I'll talk to her right now. She's probably somewhere. It's Thursday night. I'm sure she's busy. Matagalpa, San Isidro, Leon. I did not know that. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's such a weird path because of the way it all goes. I wonder if I've ever messaged her before directly. Oh, I have. Yeah. We have this whole conversation that I don't remember. Oh, it's recent. What the heck was this? Oh, yes. Dentistry in Nicaragua. How was that GP battery charger work for you? I have not charged anything with it yet, Luke. I've not had to charge an external battery since I've seen you. I've been home and mostly filming on the X3, actually quite a bit. But thank you very much for the charger. I look forward to having to try it out. And maybe, Mr. Sammy, maybe the path has changed. But the last time I went, that's what it was. I might be able to ask Marilyn. She may know because she did it recently. I think they went from Chinandega, so I'm not sure. Because sometimes they go with friends from up there, so they may not know. I was just in Matagalpa, but we just drove. Because we have a car. What do you need for a remote shoot on the rooftop? It really shouldn't be too bad. I need a wired connection, though. Everything we do is from a wired connection, and we need to be able to reliably push a lot of data to do live. To just shoot on the rooftop, I can do with just anything. But to do a live, I need the Ethernet connection, and I've got like a docking station for the Mac laptop that should be fine. But I know that's the tough thing up there. Tiffany says, good vet, good doctors, good everything, gotta love it. It is, and power. Yes, Luke, we would need power. That was a good idea. Yeah. Although my laptop and my camera go really long, so we could pull off a pretty good show if we had to off battery, believe it or not. But better with power. Yeah, we've had really good luck with doctors here. And it's handy that a bunch of our really close friends are doctors. So that really makes a huge difference that we've got like older doctors who are like really senior. We've got mid-career doctors. We have Marilyn, who's been on the show recently. She was on the episode in Laguna de Apoyo where they went ziplining and kayaking, and she was on the cover of the beach day video. She's a young doctor, just got her doctorhood. I don't know. So she's just entering the field as a doctor, but is already a doctor. And Betsy, the dentist, and her orthodontal surgeon partner is the sister of the owner of Dr. Coffee, where we are all the time. So we have like this really good network of medical professionals that we see all the time. And we have a bunch of doctor friends we don't really know too much about either. Luke says, I got an Anchor power banks for portables. Oh, nice. Anchor makes nice stuff. I have Anchor adapters is what I buy now. Seem to have really good luck with them. I'm noticing that the white is really glowing on this. I'm feeling a little congested today. Can you hear it? I'm like, ugh. Are your subscribers aware El Norte de Nicaragua is still mostly dirt roads and rocky pebble roads and lots of mountain passes? Have you tried to travel some of them yet? I have. Not so much like El Norte, but we have done like we did an episode we didn't show. We did show the drive up to Guasaule, but going through the wilderness, which is hardly the north, right? But it is the northern border out here, and it was pretty wild trying to drive through, and a bit of a fun adventure. So that was cool. That was the episode with Josie Marr. I don't know, 6 months ago, but it was Josie Marr. So the person who did that episode, that's whose house we stayed at Laguna de Apoyo, lives on the lake. Sorry, got to read what's happening. Okay. Leo's here, applied to join Messiah and Granada WhatsApp, waiting on approval from admin. Leo, you were approved a long time ago. There's nothing pending in I actually answered long ago. Did that get repeated? You were let into Messiah as soon as it came up. Yeah, when I look, it says you were added to Messiah. Leo added to Messiah at 3:15 p.m. And Granada, there's no pending request for Granada. No one's trying to get in. Not sure what's going on. But you're all good, Leo. You can go talk about Messiah. I do want to do a lot more in El Norte, though. Like, there's so much to go explore and show. But I need a truck. I need a lot of time to... Oh, no streetlights. Creepy at night, no streetlights. Like, what... Brent is here. Hola, hola. What, Mr. Sammy, what kind of, like, towns and areas are you thinking of specifically? Like, Santa Clara, La Dalia, Wee Willie. I was out... This is not El Norte. I was out in... Tuma La Dalia last week, which was pretty cool. It's not El Norte per se, but it is getting Norte, and it's an interesting area for sure. And I plan on, when I can, I want to drive Route 5 all the way out. No, I guess that's getting up there. It's, yeah. Need to go visit like Condega, Palacagüina, Wee Willie. Definitely, I need to go see Wee Willie. Ciudad Antigua. Madrid. No one goes to Madrid. We really need to do a whole like digging into Madrid, what there is to do there. It's just way too little known. I think Condega's... No, that's not in. That's Esteli. Tiffany says, hubby said you sold him on Nicaragua a good month ago simply based on the affordability factor. It is true. You get so much more out of life when you have life in Nicaragua. Miraflor Moropotente, terrestrial protected landscape. Oh, that sounds cool. And it's a picture of a baby. That's awesome. Oh, I don't know what this is, but it looks cool. All those pueblitos along the Honduran border, no man's land. Yeah, that area is. I've done a little bit up there because I've crossed... where did I cross? El Paraiso. Yeah, so going through like Ocotal and north, I've crossed up there at Los Manos. That was pretty cool coming along up there. And it's not quite no man's land if you're on Route 6 there. That feels okay. But both sides of the border are pretty empty. But if you get off that highway and head like along in either direction, I'm sure you are empty. Right. And there's barely roads out there. Like, that's crazy. But there's nothing. House here, house there, out on a mountainside. What do people do out there? Here's a school in the middle of nowhere. Wow. Like, feels pretty crazy. But here's a whole farming settlement somewhere. Finca Forestal San Nicolas. Ooh, what is this? Okay, it's not much of anything. Some of these places, though, like, it could be pretty cool to be, like, lost beyond the edge of the world, you know? I want to visit this. All right, I'm going to share this. This is how we find cool stuff. This is the Finca Las Batallas de Teotecaquinte. Brent says, I'm interested in a homestay thing in Miraflor. Sloth watching all day long. We've actually had sloths right down by the beach down here, but rare. Freddie's here. Do you have a bulletin of sorts that you post available rentals in Leon? I don't, mostly because I have so few that, you know, pretty much it's like, hey, insider group, I know this apartment and you might want to take a look. Oh, it's gone. Right? Because if I mention it, it's gone instantly. for like regular apartments. I mean, I know sometimes about apartments, but they're like things no one would want. And there's different stuff available every day. The reason that it's so hard is that there isn't a lot of information, but is because if I post them, they're going to be all over the place as I hear randomly about them. And I'd be okay with putting together some kind of bulletin if we had some way to get out there and tell people to tell us about the places that are going to be available or what they want. But it's really complicated because every single sorry, just trying to figure something out. It's just so non-uniform, and we'd have no way to know when they go or what's going on. So it is relatively difficult. It's something we think about a lot, like how could we tackle this? How should we tackle it? What would be good? What would be useful? To both sides, right? To the people trying to rent places out, to people who want a place to rent. But it's super difficult because of the timing. If anything, we would put it up on a website because that's easy to do. Easier than sending out a bulletin, honestly. Keyboard sliding around. Yeah, that would be the easiest thing. And then just send out a link and be like, hey, look at this when you want to see what's there. And it could start really simply with just a couple things. But it is difficult. Someone today just recommended Harvest House in Leon for mid-term rental solutions. On booking, it just looks like a hotel. Have you heard anything about it? I have heard about it, but only in the context that it's a hotel. You can get medium stay rentals. Like everything I know, you just posted, so... For some reason, my jaw is hurting me today. Tiffany says, that's a great idea, Freddie. It is a great idea. I like it. It's how do we get significant word out on both sides? It doesn't need much word on our side. It's how do we get people to send us that information? Because often it's like we heard about a place. I've got some ideas maybe, but it would be super limited. Like I would almost certainly only hear about them in Leon, which is still useful. A lot of you are looking at Leon, but yeah, I don't know. Renee says, I'd like a walkable area to live with bars, restaurants, shops, market, gym, etc. Be able to take buses and such. Liking Matagalpa, want to look at beach towns. For Matagalpa is really good for that. Very few beach towns really have much of that. Las Bonitas is one of the busiest in the country. Bars, check. Restaurants, marginally. Shops, oh heck no. Market, no. Gym, nope. Able to take bus during the day, yes. And that's two beaches combined, Ponaloy and Las Bonitas, both really major beaches, very close to a city. Anything farther away, all those things drop off. So it's living on a beach and wanting those things very, very hard. That is one of the things that draws people to San Juan del Sur. All those things are walkable in downtown San Juan del Sur, or maybe the market, maybe a little bit farther, but doable, right? A lot of the cities are walkable in that way, but the beach towns just aren't. Nicaraguans really see... I don't think Pochimil, Mr. Sammy. I bought a hotel in Pochimil and then we backed out. That was far less walkable than Las Bonitas. Roger says, I have a good news. I'm retiring next Friday. Oh, congratulations. Then focusing on liquidation of belongings. Planning on making the move late September. Very nice. Next Friday, wow, late September, that's soon. That is pretty soon. But, you know, he's been looking for a while. Roger, you have a place, right? Didn't you have a place not that far from me? I mean, it's far, but not really far from me. June, July, August, September, September. 4 months. That's a third of a year to be able to move. If you already know you're retiring, it's not a surprise, and been down here a bit and looking for things, should be pretty doable. The icons for Roger and Renee are indistinguishable. They're slightly different colors, but holy cow. Tiffany says, congrats, Roger. I also did some liquidations of belonging. I'm excited as well. Found an English-speaking shipping country. Shipping country as well? Brent says, when I was there asking about rentals, literally everyone said Facebook Marketplace, as if, one, I had never heard of it, and two, had not seemed to realize that 3/4 of the stuff listed there is dead info. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, that's everything's wrong. Everything is, it's a mess. Oh, there we go. Company. Mr. Sammy says, then check out Bluefields and Corn Island. They are beach towns as well. Nice, tiny, and cozy. Yeah, I don't know why everyone points to Facebook Marketplace as if that's going to get you somewhere useful. It's good to check, right? But the expectations that that's just all you're going to do, like, what? Jalapa is a town that I definitely want to go check out. I've got a friend that goes up there sometimes, and this place looks a little bit like cute to go hang out in an afternoon. The problem is so many of these cute little places up in the mountains are like so far up in the mountains. Like, okay, so you expect me to drive an entire day so that I can see your lawn? So I can see this cool tree you have? Like, sometimes it gets really weird. So Jalapa looks really neat. It's like the most northern little thing, and it's a fair-sized settlement that has a lot going on. I need to get up there and film it. I want to hang out for a bit and like really do Jalapa and bring like this is Jalapa. Welcome to the edge of nowhere. And it seems like it could be fun. It seems like there's neat stuff. It seems like a cool area, but it's so far away. But a lot of people have mentioned it. I think because it's the edge. It's the last big settlement as you go to nowhere. And I don't even know where the road goes. You keep going. I guess it technically crosses the border. Is there like border control on this road? Yeah, that's listed as aduana. Seriously? Like, I kind of want to cross there to make a point. Can I really do that? My gosh, I want to do that. I want to drive and do it's called the Teotecacinte crossing. And just before you cross, there is the Calabash Restaurant Disco Bar. Oh, how good is it going to be? How awesome is this disco bar going to be? I'm liking it. Oh, I want to go here. Oh, for sure. This is freaking awesome. The Calabash. Okay. This is a road trip I must do. That place looks amazing. Yeah, that road is definitely effectively the border. The Bar El Cospi. Oh, there's no pictures of that one. There is the Bar El Diablo Rojo. Roger says, yes, in Fatima, Maria has to work till September. Aha, that's what I thought. I thought I knew which house was yours, or at least which one within two is yours. And I was like, yeah, you're ready to come down, aren't you? Yeah, we need to hang out. You're so close. I go past your house with some regularity. And, okay, the Red Devil Bar does not live up to its name. It's way too lame to have that name. Ooh, the Walmart Bar. Oh, tell me there's pictures. Walmart Bar. What kind of bar is this? This is insane and yet looks amazing. Check out this bar. But that place is pretty cool looking. And I'm always amazed that these places can support so much staff in a place so remote. Like, what are they doing? How is this working? Like, it's all really interesting. Some of these businesses that they've managed to pull off in the most remote of places. And then this tiny little village and a little pupusa fast food place clinging to the edge of the highway. And then the thing that they have a picture of isn't even papusas. It's a hot dog sandwich. I wish I could show it on this is quite the sandwich. Right, hold on. Can I share this image? The indigenous statue in the Parque Central in Jalapa looks pretty Buddhist. It really does. Mr. Sammy, I've never been all the way up there. Yay! A friend of mine plays Jalapa pretty regularly, so I want to go up with him and just hang out, go see the show, see what's going on. Oh, the place looks like this pupusa place looks like it has okay hamburgers. I need to take someone up there and make them try the food. They've got pupusas, so I'll eat the pupusas. But I can't eat that crazy hot dog sandwich. Crazy hot dog sandwich. I love finding the most out-of-the-way bars and restaurants in Nicaragua. There's such interesting stuff. It just thinks that does not look healthy. No. If you go to the Pupusa restaurant and get their sliced hot dog sandwich and you thought it was a health option, you're crazy. You do not understand the game, man. Brent says, I'd eat that sandwich. This crazy bar in the middle of nowhere, the Ranchitos Nica Blue, looks like they do weddings. Like, ooh, Bar Coco Yambo. Please tell me there's pictures. No pictures. You know they had to hide pictures of a place called Coco Yambo. That place be off the hook. Like you gotta hide those pictures. The police be showing up. I gotta work my way back. No, this isn't Jalapa yet. This is La Paz. What's going on in La Paz? There's the Kiosco Buena Esperanza, the Kiosk of Good Hope, and it has just loads of chickens. And no kiosk, just a lot of chickens. Leo, are you on? You are not in the queue for the Granada group. Every time today that you've asked for it, you were approved for Messiah the instant you posted the thing. You are not in request for Granada, and we keep checking every time you say it to go look and see if you're pending, but you're not in there, and no one approved you, so you're not already approved. It's just not there. Let's see. I assume Leo's still on. The bar Moises Santa Rosa on this corner in the middle of nowhere in La Paz. No pictures. It sounded like a pretty wild place. La Paz looks cute. A lot of fields around it. A lot of these coffee shops with no pictures. No, it might be a rough town. Too much to do. I always imagine that someone's going to have like a little coffee shop in their living room, way out on the fringes in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, we just trust that the farmers are going to stop by and have coffee in the morning. And it's just like the cutest little place. And then they end up serving breakfast and it's amazing. This place, oh no, that is definitely a place that does cockfights. Well, that's just wonderful. They have an ad for a place with cockfights. Okay, Leo's responding. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can add him. Members, Leo, we're looking for you. Wait. Oh, I'm in the wrong. There we go. Add member. I'm trying. Search. Leo. Oh. Wait a minute. Why do they make this so complicated unnecessarily? Cockfighting is not common here. It does exist, however, which makes me very upset. But it is not in any way whatsoever common. I have never encountered it. I've heard people mention it every so often, but it's a very rare mention. It's always in a faraway kind of... Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm not an admin of Granada. That's why I can't see it. Hold on. I sent an invitation. I am not an admin for Granada. That's why I can't see that you have an invite or anything. I'm able to recommend you, but you were already recommended by someone. It said that. So there's nothing we can do to get you into Granada. But no one has spoken in Granada in, I think, a week. It is amazing in the WhatsApp group that places like Leon, San Juan del Sur, that was not so amazing. Managua, they're busy all the time. And ones like Messiah and Granada can go a week without anyone saying anything. So it's very, very different. I'm checking out all the bars in Jalapa. Nope. Lame. Fail. Where's the big one? I know Jalapa has a really big club, but I don't know its name off the top of my head. Well, I might have it in my Instagram. Well, Jalapa is really a surprisingly large place. Ooh, the hotel and restaurant La Chandelier in Jalapa. We're checking it out. We're checking it out. Check out Tia. Yep. Brent says, up in the corner with Honduras practically wrapped around it. That's the place I was talking about just a little bit ago. That I was looking at the pictures and it looked amazing, and I sent a link to the place I want to go. Okay, it's got us good-looking food options here. All right, all right. Ooh, I'm not sure what that is, but it looks good. Restaurant, doable. Pool, okay. It's kind of a fancy motel vibe, but that's a very Nicaraguan thing. That's totally satisfactory. Ooh, cheesecake with designs. This is overly fancy restaurant. Rooms not bad, all right. And these are current, April 2025. Oh, no, this is not bad at all. They've upgraded. They have a bridge over the pool. Oh, very nice. This is certainly on my list. Where's the bridge? How old is this picture? Oh, March 2023. They hadn't put the bridge in yet. Oh, they've big upgrade. Okay. That's definitely coconut shrimp. Looks way better than the ones at Cajun. They show off the cheesecake a lot. That seems to be a thing. Is there a website for this place? This could be my stop in Jalapa right here. Do they have any kind of website? Add website. They do not. Review 2 years ago. Hello, everyone. Absolutely 100 recommend this restaurant if you travel to Jalapa. This is one of the best in the city of Jalapa. Has a pool and also hotel. Very nice. Good food, good price. All right, all right. Digging it. It's all got lots of potential. Ooh, there's a restaurant, Luz de Luna. What other areas resemble Matagalpa's way of life? I don't know that anything really has. Every city is so unique. Matagalpa being the largest metro, the densest urban, like it is unique. Nothing really comes that close. Holy cow, this place has a pool. What? Okay, wait. I went to a random place. It lists itself as Luz de Luna, Moonlight. And it kind of acts like it's some cheap little restaurant in just the way it looks on Google Maps. Like I'm not reading into anything. And then it calls itself, what did it call itself? Disco Bar. It's and then you're like, wait, is this a wedding venue? I hope you guys are following these and enjoy the links, because these things are sometimes pretty hilarious what we find. I'm getting a little bit stiff sitting here. We are at 4 hours, 42 minutes. We're not too bad. It's late in the night when we're starting to go around in Jalapa, and we're like picking random places in the middle of nowhere. Like, we're gonna find cool restaurants and stuff. It will be done. It will be amazing. But I love what they do with these places in the middle of nowhere. Like, it's like, this is unhinged. TJ's here. Hey, Scott. TJ, Granada needs you to approve Leo. Thanks, TJ. I think in my Instagram, I have a place in Jalapa. I'm just going to do a search. Betsy never got back to me. Dr. Betsy, the dentist. I know that I have. Someone actually has a Jalapa municipality group. Interesting. Well, I'm following them in case anything comes up. They have a picture of a donkey. Aw. It seems like a nice town. It really seems like that is a pretty decent community out there that I know a lot of people are interested in finding out more about it. And it seems like it just gives a vibe of being very safe, very fresh, very off the beaten path, but still has that road. Seems to have some economy going on, but where is it coming from? I have no idea. It's got a beautiful highway. You're definitely in the middle of nowhere. Cooler temperatures, gets rain. But like, who's going there? What are they doing? That pool with a slide and it's setting in the mountains looks awesome, really. It really does. Oh, thanks, TJ. Yeah, Brent, it looks amazing. Like, what a crazy, like, what is this? But that town just seems to have something going on. I can only imagine there's some economy up there that we don't know about. Like, look at this picture of someone driving through Jalapa. Like, that's gorgeous. There appears to be a mirador up there somewhere. There's some amazing looking countryside. Looks like a place I could go walk around, shoot some shows. I wish I had. I'm going to check out Airbnb, see if we can find a place up in Jalapa. Yeah, once you get up there, Joshua. Yeah, Joshua. When you get up there, there is you're like in the cloud forest, and so you're really gonna get beautiful green, like lush all the time, pretty easily. All right, there is no Airbnb. Oh yes, there is in Jalapa proper, right next to the VIP K294 club. Is that 46? Which one is this? Room in Jalapa. Oh, no, lame. But let's look just outside of town. It doesn't seem like the kind of place where you need to be downtown. This is in Tastali. So this little tiny village just outside Jalapa has 3 places. A loft, stylish apartment next to the main highway for just $40 a night. I'm questioning that's a stylish apartment, but it has potential. A guest house for $54. These are high prices considering where we are. Let's just be clear. Adorable 1-bedroom tiny house. Okay, looks cute. It's very small. And then guest house in Tastali, 2-bedroom guest house for up to 5 people, $65. Okay, it has an actual. I mean, I would only need to stay there a few times to pay for building my own, but its outdoor space is okay. The land is nice. It's got a lot of space around it, but not impressed by the Airbnb options in that town. Could be a place worth having one. Here's way down on the highway in Herman Pomares. That's definitely a German town. $57 a night for a full home. Brent does point out that on the Honduran side there are some things. That is true. A lot of people don't want to cross the border when they're up there. All right, this home leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, it's functional for sure, but it does have a pool, maybe. Oh, I'm getting pretty stiff. Jalapa, go east along the Honduran border to the Atlantic coast, no man's land. Well, yeah, it's also no roads land. It's also Honduras. If you go east from Jalapa, you end up in Honduras. All right, we're checking out Jalapa. Can't even find the country. It sends me to other things. What? All right. Booking.com does not have Jalapa at all. So we're out of luck. Let's see if I can find the name of that place and track it down in some way. What was the place that looked good? Hotel and restaurant La Chandelier. Oh, wait, there's Las Victorias is next to it. Let's see that one. Victoria's Club Pizza Restaurant. Oh my gosh, this place looks so Panamanian to me. Oh, it's perfect. What? This is fantastic. Oh my gosh. Hold on. This is amazing. We have to go, guys. Like this has to be done. Check out this place. Just off the Honduran border in the middle of nowhere. No website, of course. 2 years ago, this place is spacious, very clean and airy. They offer variety in the menu and service. Friendly service. The steak is delicious. Nice place, good option with the family. Yeah, that looks really good. It says hotel, though, and I can't find any details that there's a hotel. Hold on. Okay. Who's going to break the news to your wife and kids that you're moving to Jalapa? Scott, are there any other classes in Leon? For example, yoga. I mean, there's definitely stuff in town. Like there's salsa classes, yoga on the beach. There's easily yoga in town. I don't follow a lot of class stuff because I'm busy, so I really don't end up at a lot of those kinds of things or knowing about those kinds of things very much, just from a practicality standpoint. But there's definitely stuff, art and dance and music. There's an art institute. There's the museums that you can often talk to, and there might be things. The government puts on classes for different things, like Marcela and her daughter are taking educational classes. That's in Spanish, is a little bit different, and different than a yoga class. Given the amount of yoga and yoga-like things out on the beach, I'd be surprised if there isn't quite a bit in the city, because there is like Zumba classes and those kinds of things. There's plenty of gyms. Gyms are a really big thing. Personal trainers are definitely widely available, even if not heavily advertised, because they're out of business most of the time. Definitely options. I just don't know specifics. I found the TikTok channel of this place and Facebook and something called Todos Biz. That's worthless. We're going to go on Instagram and hunt it down on the gram and see what we can find. Seems like a the gram kind of place. La Chandelier. That one's Costa Rica. None of these are clearly in Jalapa. Nothing in Jalapa. Nope. Wow. How do they not have an obvious Instagram? That's got to be like the thing. All right, that's TikTok. Here is Facebook. Maybe that will... Wait. Is this it? Jalapa, Nueva Segovia, 20 followers. Last picture was from 3 weeks ago. Well, they have a new follower now. You got a follower in me. All right, guys. Everyone, if everyone on this channel follows this Instagram link right now, we will more than double their total number of followers. They claim to have the largest menu in the north. Do they have reels? They have 1 reel, 2 posts. They got almost nothing. I need to be like, I found you on Instagram. I have to come visit. Okay, the person doing the ad is pretty crazy. You got to watch the reel of the person holding the Limonada Blue Curacao. They're very excited about their blue curacao. Hotel, restaurant, bar, pool, private events. It definitely looks great. Sorry. I am going to be wrapping it pretty soon because I'm getting really stiff and I got to keep moving for my back and stuff. And we're winding down. And we've been on a long time. It's been great. It's been good, but we're starting to like desperately look for places. But this place I want to go. Like, this is good. And I'm sending it to someone. Hey, we should go here. All right, what's that other one? Victoria's Jalapa. Victoria's Jalapa? Victoria's Shopping Jalapa? What? Okay, this is just crazy stuff. Oh, it's a quinceañera shop. Okay, that's not it. It's been great. I just never remember when it's Thursday. Yeah, I spend half the day being like, wait, it's Thursday. Oh, no. Las Victorias, yeah. That really cool hotel and restaurant, Las Victorias, doesn't seem to be on Instagram. Ooh, hotel and restaurant, Las Victorias. Jalapa. Okay. Sometimes you have to put in the wildest names. Only 15 followers. All right, guys. We're going to become the absolute off-the-hook followers of everything Jalapa. Give me these two. We're going to help out these places. I do not know them. And they're going to be like, what happened tonight? And someone's going to be like, you were mentioned on the Scott Allen Miller vlog live. And they're going to be like, what? We're famous. I'm like, it's true. You are. Okay, their hotel rooms look great. Here's their contact information. Okay, they have like a real... they don't have any prices. Because they're expensive. I'm impressed. They got good photos. They have a nice lobby. They're like honestly decorated. Like they actually had a decorator come in and like put in furniture and stuff to make sense. They have a cool logo. And the hotel overlooks the pizza place, which is pretty funny, but it's cool. I'm digging this. This beautiful picture is only 2 days old. 3 days old, 5 weeks, 7 weeks. Okay, both of these places are like newly putting everything in. Very cool. All right, they got 2 new followers. Come on, guys, we can do this. We're going to get a bunch of followers. Both places. It's, for some reason, called HR Las Victorias. Oh, Hotel Restaurant. That's what it is. What is going on? Are we going to get past 17? Come on. See, this is how I start to wonder, is anybody really on here with me? 2 followers for them? Le Chandelier is up a couple, but only a couple. Mr. Sammy, I never heard of Jalapa. Why does it remind me of Taco Bell's chalupas? I can't help you with that. We get chalupas here in town. Janet did it. Somebody is here helping out. Le Chandelier. Did anybody end up... I checked earlier. Do we have any new Nicagram people? No new Nicagram people. Nicaloro, any new? Any new? Anywho. Nope, neither one. Tiffany did it. All right. I'm going to go see if the numbers went up. Too many things open. Chandeliers now. Still 23. And the other is 19. We got 2 more. All right. Little bit of progress. Little bit of progress. It's definitely their biggest day ever for both of them. I'm going to post these in Nicaloro. That way, when we're like, what did we talk about tonight? We'll have the links. I wish they could show all the things near there on Instagram. So you'd be like, this looks cool. That looks cool. But they don't. Go back to the map. See if we find anything else amazing like this. But this really is kind of like the trick, right? Check out all these places. Make a list of places to hit in a town. Go stay for, a weekend and just eat at the restaurants, stay at the hotels. What more is there really fun to do? So that's Jalapa, this weird little town in the middle of the north, so ridiculously far north. You know what other town really looks promising? Obviously Acatal, that's a city though, so that's a bit different. Although really, I don't know how much. I mean, Acatal has got to be at least double Jalapa, but I don't know that it's like massively bigger than Jalapa. And I'm sure there's a lot of really cool stuff to show up there. I need to walk all the streets and see all the places and do all the things. But what city am I looking for? because Acatal, like Jalapa, is nestled into the river from Honduras. Okay, I don't need Nicoloro open anymore. TJ says, Scott, I'm going back to the U.S. for a few days next week. Me too, TJ. First time I've been back in 9 months. The only thing I'm looking forward to besides seeing some family in Texas is Texas Roadhouse. I will be in Texas in 10 days. TJ says the bread. Mr. Sammy, I'm impressed, Scott. You got a lot of pep and energy in you up in this hour. I'm losing steam here. Yeah, me too. Sometimes, I mean, it's 10:30. Like we're well into respectable times. We're over the 5-hour mark. I did nap for 20 minutes with the dogs today. It's the Nika energy, something in the water or air. I do get really excited about like checking out these out of the way spots. We got to get it that I can show my screen more easily while I do this, because that's a lot of fun. And I'm sure I can do it with OBS. It's just I don't know how, and it's must be tropics even in the rainy season. Well, I do have the air conditioning on. That gives me a lot more energy. What am I looking for? I'm looking for, so that's the Rio Coco. That's Condega. So that's kind of close. Where's Wee Willie? Why don't I see it? Isn't it on the NS Jinotega border? Which that goes all the way to Honduras. That's the Madrid border. All right, so let's zoom in here. I knew where it was. It just wasn't showing up on the map. All right. So there's the two towns of Wee Willie de Nueva Segovia and Wee Willie de Jinotega, and they sit on either sides of the river and are connected by a bridge. But each is actually a fair-sized municipality, but because they're in two different departamentos, they're treated as two different places, which is pretty wild. So Cacao Bajo al par de la Gallera de Foforo. That's the name of the place. There's a baseball stadium. This is in Jinotega. The Restaurant New York. Oh yeah, there's pictures. Picture of a beer. Another picture of a beer. A sign that says Restaurant New York. A girl with a beer. That's it. Fail. All right. Okay, so far, the Jinotega side. Oh, it has a bar out east called Bar. Bar and restaurant El Mirador. This could be good. It's got a decent rating. Hamburger honestly looks good. Oh, nice seating. Absolutely. A lot of rum. Bus in the river. It's very chill. No menu. All right, place to go. Not, wouldn't say it's a destination, but once you're there. Mr. Sammy says, I love out-of-the-way spots, too. The problem is trying to find someone free to accompany me. Exactly. I just got to go to Tumaladalia and went to Machepe, which was pretty nice. I really enjoyed hanging out at Machepe. That's a restaurant. And Mirador out in Tumaladalia. And so far out there. But it was cool. Really amazing views. It's going to be on the show any day. But yeah, the place is just called the Raccoon. And you're like, oh, I'm eating at the Raccoon. Is there a raccoon? No, we were disappointed in that. Complete lack of raccoon. Sorry, I'm eating granola. Been on my desk for 6 hours. My dinner today, I didn't have dinner. I had a late lunch of waffles with granola on top, which was actually excellent. All right, Noches de Luna. Oh, my puppy, he's having dreams. All right. Nope, not a place to write home about. I'm trying to find something good. We Willie must have a hidden gem. It has to. Restaurant El Rodeo. Badly rated. It looks like turkeys wander the restaurant and you sit out in the trees and there's a papier mache grandmother making the... I'm scared, honestly. So much potential. The little corner meal delivery. No. Wow, we really need something. How does a place with a famously large hospital not have a restaurant or bar to support it? Ooh, the bar Las Vegas. No pictures. The restaurant Wanky. Pictures. Renee says, thanks, bro. I'm coming before long. I'm asleep now. Have a good night, Renee. Oh, the drinks look good at Wanky. The parking looks awesome. Oh my gosh, I'm going to this place. This is a win. This is a win, everybody. The Wanky is a huge win. Oh my gosh, someone remember this place. Don't let me forget that I have to go here. I'm looking for it on Instagram. This would be a wrap up the night kind of place. This is an excellent find. Nothing yet. Wee Willie Bar. Okay, what's it actually called? Restaurante Wanky. Is there a Facebook link? There is a Facebook link. 2 weeks ago, very beautiful place, excellent atmosphere, beautiful viewpoint. But the case of attention, it takes an hour to serve a ceviche. Let's look it up. A great place to try Chinese food. It has a TikTok. All right. It's got a 3.8 overall. That's not bad. How is it not on Instagram? It looks awesome. I don't really know how to pronounce the time. Is it Wee Willie? Is it Wee Willie? Man, there's no Instagram. That's bumming me out. There is a Facebook. They misspell their own name on there. That's terrible. And Facebook won't let me scroll through, of course, but it is what it is. Tiffany says, phones on 10%. Good night, everyone. Thanks for all the info. Scott, Hub sent you some coffee so you can say, wake. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, people are dropping off. We're over 400 views. We're over 5 hours. It is 10:30. I'm going to go hang out with my kids. Joshua says, I don't know, but I'm such a child. All I've been hearing is Wanky Wee Willie. Yeah, it's a funny name for a place, but and the problem is they misspell their own name sometimes, so you never know if it's like, oh, we just got our name wrong. I'm sorry, and then like, okay. Yeah, nothing. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining. If you like Tiffany's husband and would like to join him in supporting, or if you like her husband, like the show and would like to support the show, you can buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller. Actually, I don't have a link. I never send this. Buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller. Hop over there, buy a coffee, or consider joining the community here. Just $5 a month makes a huge difference. We do get someone every so often I made it to the last seconds and I sneezed. Or as we're wrapping up. How terrible. I could have made it that whole time without a sneeze. And it has been fun. Thank you so much. I love Thursday nights. This is my time to finally decompress from the week. Not have to worry about anything. I'm going to go watch some Supernatural with my kids. I am going to go find some dinner and reheat old pasta that's been waiting for me for 6 hours. And after not too long, I'm going to go sleep with the little dog I did not get to sleep with last night because he was at the vet's, but he's doing well, having his dreams, and sleeping right there in front of me. He doesn't normally join me all night for the show, but he has not moved since I took a nap with him at 3:30. He is still in the same position, but I am watching him move, so I know he's okay. And thanks for joining, guys. Have a good night, everyone.